Fellow Nigerians, our country is going through one of its worst moments in history. The state of Nigeria requires all of us, regardless of where we are on earth, to come out of our comfort zones, to battle for our soul. Our country is under siege on all fronts. Our country has been taken over by janjaweeds that pretend to be leaders. The question is, how much can we take? How much more can we take? Here is a country where a citizen went into the hallowed chamber of the Senate and carted away the mace, the symbol of authority of the National Assembly, and was not punished. What type of example is that?
Park in Ojota, Lagos State, on 21st October 2023 by Professor Isa Maishanu
feeding
of the Usman
students at home, students who were on lockdown, and nobody is raising a finger. How on earth do we have a country that cannot cater to its use? Good afternoon, fellow Nigerians from Houston, Texas, United States of America. This is 1:05 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Houston, Texas. And my name is Smart Mado Ajaja. I'm the anchor of Nigeria Now at ONN and the Nightingale Radio International. Today, we are considering something very serious, the worsening security situation in Nigeria. And I'm going to be joined in the studio by Dr. Edeh Daniel, a professor at the University of Abuja, specifically Department of Philosophy, and Mr. Effiong, governorship candidate in the immediate past sham election, and media executive to talk about this vexatious issue. But before we proceed, I'm going to give you some preamble about what is taking place in Nigeria, take you up to speed with what is taking place. Kidnapping has been taken to its epic height in Nigeria. Abuja currently under siege. Yeah, what is happening in remote areas of Nigeria, especially in the north, and parts of many other parts of Nigeria, has hit the seat of power. And that sends a very serious and very, very dangerous message to the people of Nigeria. And things that are happening on the periphery, security-wise, Miyeti Allah, that most Nigerians know as one of those groups sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, is coming up, allegedly, in across the north. They launched one of their security outfits illegally without appropriation from the National Assembly, and that's something that we're going to be talking about. That is, they launched their own national security outfit that they want to help Nigeria fight terrorism. Yes. Anyway, we'll be talking about that. Let's leave it at that right now. But I'm going to give you just a little preamble of what is taking place. Just stay tuned so you hear what is happening in your country. And if you are a Nigerian right now, Nigerian from within Nigeria and around the world who is tuned into this station right now, please do yourself a message. Do yourself a favor, not me. Do yourself a favor. Do your community a favor. Do your country a favor. Share our message as you join us. Wherever you are joining in from, please, please, please share our message. Subscribe to our channel because we speak it the way it is. We are not afraid of saying it. We are not afraid of calling names. We know, Nigeria knows. Those who have been in authority in Nigeria knows. Those who are masterminding terrorism that is about to set our country ablaze. So stay tuned for this clip so you hear what.
To idan muka koma Najeriya, a yau ne kungiyar Fulani ta miyatta Allah kautal hore ta ƙasa ta kaddamar da kungiyar wato 'yan sa kai domin taimakawa jami'an tsaro wajen inganta tsaro a jihar Nasarawa da ƙasar baki ɗaya. Kungiyar dai ta ce tuni ta tantance mutane sama da 2,000 a jihar ta Nasarawar. Alhaji Bello Abdullahi Bodejo shine shugaban kungiyar, ga kuma ƙarin bayanin da yawa Abdu Halilu.
Aikin wa'annan 'yan banga da suke da suna nomadic vigilante za su haɗa kai tare da jami'an tsaro, soja da 'yan sanda da kuma DSS a nemi wanda ake nema cikin laluma ba tare da an kashe wanda bai ci ba bai gani ba. Wannan shine dalili.
Kungiyar ta ku ta samu amincewa gwamnatin tarayya?
Muna fata ta samu amincewar gwamnatin tarayya ko kuma hukumomin tsaro, domin saboda mu abin da muke gani da cewa taimaka ma gwamnatin kanta za mu yi, kuma za mu taimaka wa gwamnonin Najeriya ne akan wannan abin da muka ɗauko. Suka ma a Nasarawa mun yanke hukunci za mu kaddamar da mutum 4,000, amma yanzu muna da data wanda muka tantance mutum 2,140. To kaga gidajen da aka ɗauko wa'annan mutane har 2,000 ya nuna da cewa mun san ina ne gidajen suke, kuma mun san da cewa a watakila da akwai wahala ya zamanto wanda muka sa ya kasance akwai ɗan ta'adda a cikin gidansu ya bari. To muna fata gwamnatin tarayya ta fice mu, gwamnoni su fahimce mu, haka zalika jami'an tsaro su fahimce mu, taimakawa ƙasar nan muke so mu yi. Mun fara da jihar Nasarawa, ina fata nan da wata 6 duk wani al'amari wanda yake faruwa a jihar Nasarawa ba za a sake jin shi ba insha Allah.
Idan kuka samu mai laifi ko za ku mishi hukunci ko kuma za ku ba hukumomi na ƙasa ne su musu hukunci?
Wannan ba mun ɗauki mutane ne kara zube ba, mun ɗauko mutane haɗa da jami'an tsaro da kuma waɗanda suka yi ritaya daga ayyukan ɗan sanda da soja su koyarwa mutane. Ba ma buƙatar aje ana kashe mutum ko da ma ɓarawo ne. Ai yana ɗaya daga cikin dalilin da ya sa muka kafa bangar. Ana kama mutum ba a yin bincike aje a kashe shi. Mu ba za mu yi haka ba, za mu ga wayar ma yaran Fulani kai idan aka samu mai laifi babu duka babu zagi a miƙa shi ga jami'an tsaro su yi bincike har in aka tabbatar da laifin mutum a gabatar da shi gaban kotu.
Su annan jami'ai na ku 'yan sa kai na Fulani suna da makamai ne ko za su amfani da sanduna ne kawai?
Dama ba Fulatani an san shi da sanda, amma kuma wajibi ne za mu tashi mu nema musu makamai wanda dokan ƙasa ta yarda da cewa wanda ya tashi zai iya taimakawa, wanda zai iya rikewa. Wato dai a takaice dole mu samar musu abinda duk doka ya tanada, dokan ƙasa ta yarda da shi cewa su rike, za mu nema musu wannan.
Ita wannan kungiya taku menene za ta yi sabo wajen gudanar da aikinta wanda zai bambanta da na sauran kungiyoyi da suka gabata shekara da shekaru?
Zan tabbatar da cewa ba tare da an samu 'yan ɓata gari a cikinta ba, kuma har su Bello Turji ko ina suke za mu kirawo su ba tare da ɓata lokaci ba su taho domin su haɗa kai tare da jami'an tsaro a ƙasa a gera ƙasa, ba tsaftace tsakaninmu mu gyara sunan da aka lalata mana a Najeriya.
Alhaji Bello Abdullahi Bodejo shugaban kungiyar wato Fulani ta miyatta Allah kautar hore ta ƙasa.
Yes, Nigerians. That is what is taking place in Nasarawa, north central of Nigeria, or wherever it is in Nigeria. Is it the north, south, northwest Nigeria right now? You saw the army that Miyetti Allah is raising illegally in Nigeria. So now, why is Nigeria fighting ESN in the southeast of Nigeria? What is the meaning of this? You heard what he said. He said, if you don't understand Hausa, the translation. Maybe I'll get an Hausa person to do a translation of what is taking place. But I understand Hausa very well. I know everything he said, that they want to help Nigeria. Why now? Why now? Why now? Why have they not come up? Why does it have to be an all Fulani security outfit? Whose interests? Allah has been fingered, not once, not twice, many times, as being the mastermind. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to validate him. So where is this whole thing? So is this whole thing the reason for the so-called Muslim ticket? Well, I'm going to bring Mr. Effiong right on board, so we'll get ahead with this. Mr. Effiong, welcome from Lagos, Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Smart.
How are you? How is Lagos today?
Yes. Lagos is good. We bless God for his mercy. That we are still alive, we thank God.
Yes,
now,
yes.
Talking about the... Can I go ahead?
Yes, I want you to... I know you.
Can I continue?
Across the world right now. Just briefly introduce yourself.
My name is Effiong Nyong. I'm a journalist. I'm a broadcaster. I'm an author. I'm a humanist. I'm an unusual politician. I am a Nigerian. I come from Ataima, Bakassi local government area of Cross River State. Part of our land was ceded in during the presidency of President Obasanjo to Cameroon without a plebiscite, without a referendum, without seeking the consent of the people. So we stand victimized as the people of Bakassi, people of Antaima. But the bottom line is that the issue today is that we're talking about Nigeria and we're talking about security. And I'm in the immediate past chairman of I used to be chairman of the African Democratic Congress in Cross River State of Nigeria, and of course candidate in the last election for governor, Cross River State. Great pleasure to be here to talk about security, because so much is going on in Nigeria at this time, and we can only but be concerned as to what the future holds. The future in this regard is not far. The future is today, the future is tomorrow, the future is just the day after. The future is not far at all. In fact, we are living in the future already in terms of the insecurity that we find ourselves in the geographical expression called Nigeria.
Thank you very much. And I thank you
Smart, are you there? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Now, you ran for the position of the governor of Cross River State in the immediate past election. Can you give us a little bit about how did you fare? How was it, for you? We got to where we are.
Well, I would say that as a party, we did our best. As a candidate, I did my best. Unfortunately, the Independent National Electoral Commission was everything but independent. The electoral umpire kind of compromised the system. All of the promises they gave to us, talking about an election was going to be free and fair, talking about the procedures for the transmission of election results, for the collation of election results, they didn't follow even their own scripts. So everything fell short of expectation. If, for instance, I knew that INEC was not going to keep to its words, INEC was not going to follow its own procedures and rules and regulations, I probably would not have bothered to waste my very meager, hard-earned resources in going into that election. But it was also good that I went in there. It was good that we were able to give the electorate an alternative narrative that they could hear and see that certain things that they believe or thought were impossible were indeed possible, and that we have individuals who are honest, who are true, who have pedigree, who have integrity, who have absolute reputation and confidence in themselves, who can pilot themselves to the frontier of good governance, for the frontier of good administration, representing the people, that these are possible to be administered, and that was indeed possible, or it is indeed possible, for the dividends of democracy to be delivered. But again, the people themselves, because even when you blame government, when you blame INEC, you cannot exonerate the people who have allowed their poverty, poverty of the mind, poverty of the spirit, poverty of the pocket, poverty of the head, poverty in all its ramifications, to ravage them to a point, to ravage them into submission, rather than them saying that, no, we are not going to accept this thing again. They now compromised and allowed all of the things that happened to happen. And that is why I personally will not feel sorry for any Nigerian, especially those who compromised, who are crying, who are crying today, who are feeling very, very insecure, like the topic that we're dealing with today, who are feeling very, very pained by the suffering that they now feel, who are feeling very pained by the bastardization of the Naira, and all of the things that have happened, that are happening now in Nigeria, that never happened before. It's like a people that brought shame and poverty and suffering upon themselves, that brought some burden upon themselves, whereas it was avoidable if they could only stay and elect and stand by credible candidates and individuals to deliver the dividends of democracy. So, in a nutshell, that's what I would describe by that experience, what it was like. It was everything but a fair election, not fair at all, either at the state level, at the local government level, not to talk of, not even to mention the federal level, which are the issues that are still in contention today in Nigeria. But like we are in Nigeria, people prefer to play the ostrich. People prefer to go ahead and pretend as if there is no problem. But when they know that there's a huge load of problem surrounding everything around Nigeria today, people pretend as if it's not happening. People are finding ways of getting their own piece of the cake, rather than confront oppression, confront deceit, confront fraud, confront anomalies. People feel better to hide under ethnicity, tribalism, and nepotistic dispositions of so-called leaders. That's where we find ourselves today. Very pathetic, very sorrowful, very, very unprecedented. If they told me in my years of life that Nigeria will get this low, I would say no, never. When I traveled to the UK for the first time in 1980, I traveled with 500 Naira, and that included a return ticket and a basic traveling allowance, BTA, that's how it was called. 500 Naira today cannot buy you a meal. That's, you can measure that. How much is a ticket, one-way ticket to the UK today? And that's what we are saddled with. And people are still smiling in the midst of all of this suffering. Very, 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 very burdensome and pathetic.
Thank you very much. That was quite a journey for you. And I'm happy that you are here saying it exactly the way it is to the people who have become pawns in the hands of these people who are determined to run our country down. Now, let's get down to business. Security, national security compromise, nationwide, and very scary. Can you, from your own understanding, give us an analogy about how all this started, how we built up to where we are right now?
Well, you see, security or insecurity, if you like, has several dimensions. Well, it probably started as a joke because for those of my generation who are on the 6th floor, who are 60 years and above, have seen when we saw Nigeria, when you could travel to any part of this country without any issues at all, where it didn't matter where you come from. We saw Nigeria, and this happened after the Civil War. One would have thought that the gruesomeness, the genocidal gruesomeness of the Civil War would have been the climax of bloodshed in a place called Nigeria. But when you look back and see the things that are happening in Nigeria today, it's as if the civil war didn't happen here. It probably happened in the moon. Insecurity can be divided into several areas. You look at it from the social insecurity, you look at it from the socio-economic insecurity, you look at it from the religious insecurity, you look at it from the governmental side of it, and look at it from the nepotistic, tribalistic angle of insecurity that is bedeviling the country. And of course, government is at the center of all of this, be it federal, be it state, be it local government. Why do I say government? Now, when a government comes into office fraudulently, it immediately creates a situation whereby some persons will feel insecure, some persons will feel cheated, some persons will want to retaliate, some persons will want to get their pound of flesh, some persons will want it done in a better way. Insecurity begins from that point. And that puts the government itself in a pedestal where it cannot even begin to tell us what is right or what is wrong, because the government itself is standing on an insecure ground, standing on the ground, on a sand that is sinking. Now, when the government is standing on a sinking sand, you now ask, what can this government now do? What can this government now say? Because the government itself lacks legitimacy. Problem number one. Now, the people in government now get into office. What Nigerians are asking for is food, is shelter, transportation, light, that's electricity, basic things of life they cannot get. Now, when graduates or when young people graduate and they cannot get jobs to do, what do you expect young people to do, whose minds are continually very, very curious, who are constantly seeking, exploring what life has for them, who wants to live the good life? It throws up government by its ineffectiveness, throws up our young people to embracing corruption. That's why fraud, which we call 419, that's why trade in drugs, that's why luring people into all manner of terrorist gangs is easy, because there are no jobs for people to do, there are no security for anybody. Now, let me also say, because you asked a pertinent question to say, how did it all start? It did not start with this political dispensation. After the Civil War, we had the government administration. Now, the government administration was overthrown by the regime of Murtala Mohammed, who many people eulogize and celebrate as a man of discipline, as a man of character, but it is not true. That administration particularly set the foundation for the monumental corruption we have in Nigeria. I will explain how. It is that administration that made the civil service in Nigeria very insecure. Because when they came into office in 1975, that government went out to say, this government will not tolerate indiscipline, this government will not condone abuse of office. That government started retiring people in a mass purge. People were sacked for no reason. People were sent out of their jobs for no reason. People that had worked for 20, 30, 35 years were dismissed from office without benefit. Now, the civil servants that were remaining now had to think twice, that they now needed to amass wealth while they are still alive, because they do not know when they will be sacked. That implanted insecurity into the Nigerian civil service. From that time, it has not been the same. That is one. The second thing they did, they bastardized the private sector. How did they do it? They bastardized the private sector by nationalizing businesses that were not government. In a bid to get Nigerians to participate in multinational companies, they took over, they nationalized British Petroleum, BP. It became African Petroleum. They nationalized Shell. Shell became National Oil. A lot of Unilever became Lever Brothers. So many international, multinational companies were indigenized in a manner of speaking. It was called indigenization policy, and that immediately made a lot of foreign investors to leave Nigeria. Now, when that happened, a lot of people went away with their capital and with their expertise. The Nigerians that took over those companies, people were positioned to take over businesses and companies they did not invest in. They became chief executives and board members of companies. Of course, you remember that First Bank used to be Standard Bank, Union Bank used to be Barclays Bank, and several others like that. That government implanted insecurity into the body system. And of course, the coup after coup after coup after coup instantly made everything unstable. And of course, worst of all was when this civil administration now took over in 1999, they now came with a constitution that had no basis. A constitution that was written by a few people that were picked by the military government of Saad Abubakar, and they now announced that constitution and say, we the people, when we the people never sat anywhere. So we can look at insecurity in Nigeria from the part of government. I'll talk about the Murtala Mohammed Obasanjo administration, 1975, 1976, setting the stage of making lay proper foundation for insecurity and huge corruption as we find it today. And the bastardized constitution of 1999, which they have been trying to amend forever, that does not give any constitutionality, that does not give any semblance of equity to people. You can imagine that I come from Cross River State. Cross River State has a landmass and a good population, a landmass that is bigger than Kano State. Kano State has 44 local government areas. Cross River State has 18. And resources, revenue are shared on the basis of local government. When they share it into 44 places in Kano, they will share it into 18 places in Cross River State. And don't forget, the old Kano State had the present-day Jigawa State. Jigawa State was carved out of Kano. Kano used to be 40. When they removed Jigawa, Jigawa now has 27 local governments. The remainder of Kano was made to become 44 local government. Between the old, when you merge the old Jigawa and Kano State together, you now have about 73 or 70 something local government councils, and that's how they share revenue. There's inequality, there's disequilibrium, there's every reason, every foundation that people will never be satisfied. And that breeds insecurity, social insecurity, leading to criminal insecurity. The latest in Nigeria today is kidnapping that has made so much industry. You can imagine that if today in Nigeria people are kidnapped. In Abuja, Abuja has come under siege, the seat of government in Nigeria. Kidnappers burgle people's houses to take them into custody, and these monies are paid through banks. How does the bank not, how can the police and the DSS and all are not able to track kidnappers, track their phones, track how they collect millions of naira? It tells that there's a conspiracy in the whole of Nigeria and this enterprise called kidnapping or called corruption, and all of it is enveloped in what we now describe as insecurity. Insecurity has become an enterprise, has become something that people are making money from. And because people are making money from it, people inside and outside of government, it now thrives and lucrative. And that's why people are enjoying their loot while the populace are suffering. Smart, I can go on and on and on and on and on, but to what avail?
Okay, let's hold it there.
Are you there, Smart? Yeah.
I'm here. I'm listening. Now, there is a question you raised about the state of disequilibrium in Nigeria. Making reference, very specific reference to Cross River State having 18 local governments, and then what we knew as Kano State now created into two, Kano and Jigawa State, having about 73 local government areas. Now, do you think the rest of Nigeria is reacting appropriately to this disequilibrium? And how are these local governments created? Where are members or those who are representing other parts of the country, when all these things are going on? to allow it to happen like this, where some people, some places are static and the others are growing inordinately dynamic. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, you see, to address these issues, we have a situation whereby the kind of politics we play in Nigeria is so that the people that are supposed to be representing us in our different state and national houses of assembly see themselves as lucky, as privileged to go there and take advantage of the privilege to make some money for themselves, to make more money for their families and their children. And that's why there's insatiability of stealing. That's why people keep stealing and amassing wealth, because they are amassing wealth for their unborn grandchildren, because they are not sure, because of the same word insecurity. But come to talk about equality and disequilibrium in Nigeria. Now let's go back to 1914. The Amalgamation Treaty states, for which the Obong of Calabar was one of those that signed that treaty of amalgamation. After 100 years, ethnic nationalities in Nigeria should come together and rediscuss their nationhood and rediscuss the terms and conditions of them being Nigeria. And aptly so, in 2014, the presidency of Goodluck Jonathan called the National Confab, and they produced a document. Now, the Buhari administration that took over from the Goodluck administration said he was not going to open it. Of course, he did not open any page of it. Tinubu, who also an ally of Buhari, who helped bring Buhari to power, quarreled about it because he said because it was not made sovereign, because they went good luck at
Yeah, well, guess having some network issue out there. Definitely from Nigeria.
Yeah. Well, according to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then hello, are you there?
Yes.
According to Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the time, he said that because Goodluck Jonathan did not announce the sovereignty of that confab, that they were not going to accept. Then he was in opposition. Today he is president. I've been waiting to hear him talk about the confab or him convoking another confab to discuss the sovereignty of Nigeria, to discuss the amalgamation of Nigeria. So if you look at it, the Nigeria, for instance, if you go by the amalgamation treaty, you might as well say that Nigeria is probably running an illegal enclave, as it were, because the people are loose, because the constitutional amalgamation that brought the protectorates together had expired as far back as 2014. Now, having said that, I've had the privilege of reading through the executive summary of the confab report, and I believe I'm one of those that believe that if the government of Nigeria today takes up that document and begins to implement, that document to a large extent tried as much as possible to address a lot of things that are of disequilibrium in Nigeria, to bring the ethnic nationalities together, to operate in a space that could give them security, in a space that could give them a sense of belonging, in a space where people cannot function in a Nigeria that gives people equity. Now, you showed something here at the start of this program, the militia force of the Miyetti Allah. In southwest Nigeria, there's Amotekun. In eastern Nigeria, there's also one, but whether it's a Bubeagu or how they call it. But in all of this, the question is, to what end that we have this regional security apparatus? Then we have the Nigeria police. Then we have the DSS. Then we have the Nigerian army. Then we have the Navy. We have the civil defense. We have the Peace Corps. We have all manner of security outfits around in Nigeria. More are still being created. and these regional ones are still being created. The simple truth is that the issues that bind Nigerians together are not dealt with. Before today, just a few days ago, some persons, a certain professor from Sokoto, came to Lagos to announce that the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people are in support of Hamas and the people of Palestine. Why would this?
Yeah, spare me a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in receipt of a copy of that. Let's play it for Nigerians to hear before we talk about that one. Can you just spare me a few minutes so we can play that video clip? So, because what we do here is all evidence-based. So we don't create story for ourselves. So Nigerians will see it, so they know who to hold accountable. And then in all, we will talk about the whole thing. Just spare us a minute. Fellow Nigerians, you are going to see a declaration. Somebody from Sokoto, a professor of a university, Othman Danfodio University in Sokoto, went to do in Lagos. Live in Kano, live in Sokoto, live in Abuja, and he landed in Lagos and made that. There are reactions right now. So again, if you are listening to this program right now, this is not about me. It's about all of us and about our country and its future and its national security implication for now and for Nigeria's tomorrow. Be right back.
To idan muka koma Nigeria, a yau ne kungiyar Fulani ta miyar ta Allah.
It's not this song. Let me get it. Yeah. Okay.
October 2023 by Professor Isa Maishanu of the Othman Danfodio University, Sokoto. The declaration was essentially a resolution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, adopted at a meeting held in Saudi Arabia on the same day, 21st October 2023. As observed from the video, Professor Maishanu was reading from his cell phone, suggesting that the document had been received over the internet. While we agree that Professor Maishanu and the various groups he represented have a freedom of expression, we urge caution in the exercise of that freedom, especially ensuring that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is not breached. It amounts to a violation of the Constitution for any individual or groups of individuals to seek to draw Nigeria into an international conflict based on religious affiliations. That the resolution read by Professor Maishanu at Freedom Park was from the OIC should have cautioned the respected professor from calling on the federal government to take sides with one party in a conflict that has assumed an evident religious posture. It is in the open that Arab nations generally support Hamas based clearly on religious affiliations, which is why the OIC met on the issue and produced their resolution. We are compelled to state that based on Section 10 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which states that, and I quote, the government of the federation or of a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. The resolution of the OIC is not binding on Nigeria, on its people, or on its government. Nigeria is not a theocratic state, and no attempt should be made to create that impression. According to our laws, religion is personal. Section 38, paragraph 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended guarantees the freedom of religious convictions for its citizens. We are surprised that the group represented by the professor who traveled all the way from Sokoto to Lagos for the purpose of the declaration expresses horror at the genocide taking place in faraway Palestine, yet has been curiously silent all these years at the greater horror of a genocide being perpetrated by insurgents against Nigerians in states such as Borno, Adamawa, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and Kaduna against the Hausa people and other minorities. Thousands upon thousands of those people have been murdered by bandits, yet there has not been one protest from Professor Maishanu's group. Charity, they say, begins at home. How come the charity of this group is starting in Palestine? Are Palestinian lives more precious than Nigerian lives? We wish to alert southern Nigeria, particularly the Yoruba people of the southwest, to beware of religious irredentists sneaking into the region to ferment their intolerance. The Yoruba Park in Ojota, Lagos State, on 21st October 2023, by Professor Isa Maishanu of the Othman Danfodio University, Sokoto. The declaration was essentially a resolution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, adopted at a meeting held in Saudi Arabia on the park in Ojota, Lagos State, on 21st October 2023, by Professor Isa Maishanu of the Othman Danfodio University, Sokoto. The declaration was essentially a resolution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, adopted at a meeting held in Saudi Arabia on the same day, 21st October 2023. As observed from the video, Professor Maishanu was reading from his cell phone, suggesting that the document had been received over the internet. While we agree that Professor Maishanu and the various groups he represented have a freedom of expression, we urge caution in the exercise of that freedom, especially ensuring that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is not breached. It amounts to a violation of the Constitution for any individual or groups of individuals to seek to draw Nigeria into an international conflict based on religious affiliation. That the resolution read by Professor Maishanu at Freedom Park was from the OIC should have cautioned the respected professor from calling on the federal government to take time with one party in a conflict that has assumed an evident religious posture. It is in the open that Arab nations generally support Hamas based clearly on religious affiliations, which is why the OIC met on the issue and produced their resolution. We are compelled to state that based on Section 10 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which states that, and I quote, the government of the federation or of a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. The resolution of the OIC is not binding on Nigeria, on its people, or on its government. Nigeria is not a theocratic state, and no attempt should be made to create that impression. According to our laws, religion is personal. Section 38, paragraph 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended guarantees the freedom of religious convictions for its citizens. We are surprised that the group represented by the professor who traveled all the way from Sokoto to Lagos for the purpose of the declaration expresses horror at the genocide taking place in faraway Palestine, yet has been curiously silent all these years at the greater horror of a genocide being perpetrated by insurgents against Nigerians in states such as Borno, Adamawa, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and Kaduna, against the Hausa people and other minorities. Thousands upon thousands of those people have been murdered by bandits, yet there has not been one protest from Professor Maishanu's group. Charity, they say, begins at home. How come the charity of this group is starting in Palestine? Are Palestinian lives more precious than Nigerian lives? We wish to alert southern Nigeria, particularly the Yoruba people of the southwest, to beware of religious irredentists sneaking into the region to foment their intolerance. The Yoruba people will usually say that they do not adopt religion with insanity. The mishandling of religion in certain parts of Nigeria, which has had disastrous consequences, should not be imported into Yoruba land or anywhere else in the country. We kindly implore Afenifere, the respected leadership group of the Yoruba people, and other community leaders in Nigeria to take note of what is going on. This issue should not be taken lightly. The group that organized the declaration has its roots in Sokoto. They did not stop in Kano to make the declaration. They bypassed Kaduna, went past the federal capital territory of Abuja before making a landfall in Lagos. To also strongly urge the federal government of Nigeria to promptly redefine its existing international and diplomatic alliances in line with their private religious position. Such declarations should be interrogated to expose their real intention. May we ask, what is being cooked for Nigerians? The Yorubas will rightly say that they do not mix religion with insanity. In Yoruba land, the constitution is upheld. The society is commendably free from religious intolerance. Many families and family extensions there have Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists. Should descendants of Oduduwa now begin to kill one another over religious differences? Should the Benis take up arms against the Igbos or the Biroms against the Sekiris? We wish to remind Nigerians that every effort must be made to douse the fire of religious extremism in the country. The horrors that Nigeria has witnessed since 2009, when insurgency started, should be eliminated rather than promoted. All religious irredentists bent on violating the Constitution should be called to order. The federal government should treat as an act of treason every violation of Section 10 and Section 38, paragraph 1 of the Constitution. On the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. I say it again, on the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. That was clear in the message that the federal government sent to the global community and to the parties in the conflict. No section of Nigeria is more Nigerian than all the others. Nigerians are still watching very keenly. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Fellow Nigerians, you heard this. Welcome back, Mr. Effiong Nyong. I'm sure you had the opportunity of listening to this 8-minute presentation by some Nigerians. What do you think about the national security implications of just took place that the power reacted to?
Yeah, thank you, Sam, Smart. You see, when we started this program about almost an hour ago, I talked about the various insecurities. The insecurity around government, the one around religion, around poverty, around everything. This is just one of them. You just now asked, why would a professor leave wherever he is, all the way from Sokoto to come and announce or do his declaration in Lagos? Definitely there's a target. You get? And curious enough, these gentlemen are able to. And all of this is happening because the government is playing politics with everything. If some other persons were just going to just make one statement, the next thing they are arrested and charged for wanting to disturb public peace or inciting people or for one reason or the other. But all of this is happening and we're not hearing anything because the government itself, has allowed itself to play even more politics with things that are not supposed to be political at all. So it's quite a sad development. Every aspect of Nigeria and Nigerian life, you can feel things happening by the day. Some of it that happen, you just watch. Some of it you cannot even talk. Some of it you don't give your mouth a gap because what can you say that will make the difference or make a difference? You cannot even join to say, or call person and say, let us do this or let us do that. It will be interpreted to mean something else, for which you can be charged, for which you can be labeled. Let me also say, part of the things that we now have in Nigeria, part of the insecurity is such that the one around the judiciary or judicial matters. You can imagine a government in India. People are convicted even before they are charged to court. And people, if they are guilty, they are guilty. And everybody is hearing the story from one side. And a whole lot of Nigerians are confused. People think that the only time you commit a crime for insecurity is when you are carrying arms or when you are being violent or when you are protesting. People think that's only when you are stealing money. That's the only time that you are corrupt or you are practicing corruption. So many things are just wrong. But with particular reference to this one, you can see that it can be very dangerous. The moment we begin to address issues along religious lines, which people are quietly doing, it can be very, very bitter. And very bitter and very dangerous is the fact that these things, they have to come and do this in southwestern Nigeria. Inside the southwest of Nigeria is where you have the most liberal of religious tolerance in Nigeria. In one household, you can have a traditionalist, you can have a Muslim, you can have a Christian, you can have a Buddhist, you can have everybody. All of it exists in southern Nigeria, southwestern Nigeria. So for this person to come to southwestern Nigeria, it definitely means that they have a target to come and foment trouble in families, to come and foment trouble in villages along religious lines, to divide the people and set brother against brother, father against son, mother against daughter, and sister against sister, which calls for vigilance. That everybody, the government must be vigilant, the security agencies must be vigilant. We must see insecurity as a major issue beyond corruption. Insecurity has several dimensions, like I mentioned earlier, and it's still evolving today, evolving and metamorphosing into several postures. Some we're able to deal with, some we are not able to even figure, because this whole thing about insecurity can also be very hydra-headed. I will just say, may God help us, Smart. Are you there, Smart?
We are in a hearing network. Okay, thank you. We're back. Yes, Nigerians are listening to you from across Africa.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Very well, I'm here. Yes.
All right. Yes.
I'm with you, Smart.
Yes, you raised a lot of questions, and those who are viewing this video, who viewed it with analytical mind, and I encourage people to go back and look at it again. It looks like there are some people in Nigeria who have become untouchable. Nobody can touch them. They do as they please, and nobody touches them. But when some people raise a finger, bam, they are caught, arrested, put in detention, like the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, and it happens. It has been happening. Nigerians have been condoning this. We are supposed to be in a united one Nigeria with one constitution, with equal access to opportunity. How come some people will wake up and do some of these dastardly things and nobody does anything to them? Nobody asks them any question. So what do you think? Is that the type of Nigeria you want to see?
Well, nobody will want to see that kind of Nigeria. We now live in a what's this book by George Orwell? The animal farm kind of Nigeria is what we live in today. But for a person like me, I did talk about being born into a Nigeria, growing up in a Nigeria where opportunities were abound. Being born in a Nigeria where I schooled in Lagos and in Calabar, in St. Patrick's College in Calabar. I have classmates that were Yoruba. I have classmates, I have Mwazu. We played hockey together. He came from Bauchi. I have Johnny Owocho. He came from Benue. We had boys from Kingsley Ukegu. He was my classmate. He came from somewhere in today's southeast. I can't remember the state he came from. We had Godfrey Ochoma, whom we nicknamed Godfrey.
Network.
What they want, using the blackmailing Nigeria and Nigerians into this. I must say that this is blackmail by a few persons that have cornered power, a few persons that have found friends in government, a few persons that have cornered power, having their friends in one position or the other, have taken the rest of us hostage and are blackmailing us. Some of them are blackmailing even the establishment, blackmailing the president, blackmailing even the institution for Nigeria, because as long as things continue the way they are, their trade and their business will continue. And people are making money from it. Because if you look at this whole thing about Nigeria insecurity, in those early days it was Boko Haram, then we now talk about ISWAP, then we now talk about herdsmen, then we now talk, at one point it was criminal to say Fulani herdsmen. But all of us know that these herdsmen are Fulanis. You cannot call Fulani herdsmen so that you will not be charged, so that you will not be found as being sectional. We are all being held hostage in one way or the other in Nigeria today. Very sad development. But of course, my take will be that we stay steadfast, we stay loyal. We believe that one day Nigeria will change. We believe that someday some persons will wake up and have the courage to take the 2014 confab document, look at it, review it, and begin to implement and create room for equity and justice. We preach so much of peace in Nigeria, so much of religious tolerance in Nigeria, but a whole lot of injustice is perpetrated everywhere. And people had under the umbrella or the cover of religion, whether it is Islam or Christianity or whatever, they had under those umbrellas to perpetrate evil and give away and explain away the atrocities they commit. And someday I am certain, maybe during this, not during my time or not during our time, Smart, that we will see a change. Maybe not this time, because I used to think it was going to happen soon. But looking at the way things have been, things are degenerating every day by the minute. Nepotism is becoming a different ballgame. Since the Buhari era, it has become something that you do not understand. The Buhari government was more like Buhari and his friends and the Fulani enterprise. The current president is saying that, okay, if Buhari did this, I can do better. And is continuing in that direction. And the people that are benefiting from it are clapping. But the generality of Nigerians are suffering. Because even within their party, there is also division. Even within the ruling party, if you don't belong to the caucus of the president, if you didn't work for the president, then you cannot be a beneficiary. So it's not even working, not even for the people that are for the party that is in power. So we must pray and work diligently towards a Nigeria that will give all of us a sense of belonging, towards a Nigeria that you can sleep and snore, towards a Nigeria that you can close your eyes and go to sleep. But definitely not this Nigeria where you live in the Federal Capital Territory, where kidnappers will come and break the door of your house and they kidnap you from home. If they kidnap you from your house, then what else can you do, my brother? It becomes very pathetic in the manner of speaking. So we must all rise and begin to look at this monster. We must support the federal government, urge government to be able to declare a state of emergency in our security apparatus. We must declare a state of emergency. We must come about with policies that will be beneficial to the young people. Our young Nigerians are not benefiting from this. You can imagine a budget, the current budget, they're talking about providing loans for young people to go to school. Loan for people to go to school is not up to 10 billion naira for students to access to go to school. Now, but you have the same government approving over 15 billion for the renovation of the residence of the vice president. It tells you how we value the lives of young people. And these are the young people that have been lured into corruption, that have been lured into terrorism, that have been lured into cultism and other such things. So there's need to revamp the entire estate called Nigeria. How and when that will come, God knows. Effiong that is sitting here, Effiong that is talking to you, I don't have an idea. But it can be very difficult living in these times in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you.
Hello, Smart, are you there?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm very much here with you. I'm hearing you. Now, are you seeing what I have on the screen right here? I don't know if you look at your screen, do you see what a picture, an image that I have there? But
yeah, I can see Shegumi.
Yes. Now, yes, in the heat of the election, he made a statement. I'm talking about Ahmad Gumi. He said Kaduna-based Islamic scholar Ahmad Gumi said Christians, not because I care, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Rasta, that Christians cannot be trusted with security in Nigeria. And that was why they pushed for a Muslim ticket. You know, I'm a human rights activist. When they started the talk about Muslim ticket, what I was seeing was Nigeria. I was seeing Nigerian citizens. I was not seeing their religion. And I told people that it did not matter to me as long as their interest, what we are coming to do was to promote and defend the interest of the Nigeria and the Nigerian people. Now, an extremist like this, we know him. He has severally stated that he's a mouthpiece of the terrorists, or whatever you call that, they give them good names as bandits somewhere else, but they are terrorists. They are killing people. They are kidnapping our people. They are raping our women. They are robbing, and they are making a lot of money off of it. He came out severally to offer defense for them, and now he made this. Now we are in a situation where I don't recognize what you people call government in Nigeria, because it's an illegal and illegitimate government. It's an inordinate government, and I wish the Nigerian people can rise up and go and chase Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima out of that place, because they did not win any election. They are children of a coup, institutionalized coup, created by people like this. Now, he said Christians cannot be trusted with the security of Nigeria. Now, how far have two Muslims illegally, illegitimately, and inordinately occupying the seat of power, how far have they fared with securing Nigeria? Your opinion, sir?
Well, I would say that it's a good thing that we have the Muslim ticket. I'll also say it was also a very good thing that we had Muhammadu Buhari as president, because if Buhari was not president, they would have said that the man that was a general that said he was going to cross Boko Haram in 3 months, at the end of the day, they now tell you that he was some cabal hijacked his government and all of those kind of stories. When they talked about Muslim ticket, a number of us, me, I did not say it mattered to me, because I know that not just because I also on the political terrain at the time as a candidate in an election. It mattered to me because I know that the whole lot of population of Nigeria are Christians. And the Christians will want to have confidence in government. And if you don't allow them a representation, they were not going to be thinking that they were secured enough. But by and large, the Muslim ticket was pushed. We also had arguments that during the days of the 1993 election, that we had MKO Abiola and Babagana Kingibe. It was a Muslim ticket, and Abiola won that. Was said to have won that election that was never given. Well, so they gave that as an excuse that Shettima and Bola Tinubu were going to do well. The Muslim ticket, blah, 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 and all of that. So, rightly or wrongly, they have been given the chance. And we are getting to see what they are doing with security. We are getting to see what they are doing with the economy. We are getting to see what they are doing with corruption. We are getting to see how they manage the numbers of Nigeria, crude oil sales, and everything about Nigeria. We are seeing how a Muslim ticket are managing Nigeria. So it's a good thing, so that when the history of Nigeria is written, we will know that in the future, when another Muslim ticket or a Christian ticket emerges, no person will come and bamboozle us. So we'll be in a position to say good, because we had it before and it did not work. So I'm glad that we are getting to see it. Just unfortunately, time is of the essence. Time is going, and at the end of, not many people will see the next 8 years if they win for another term, to see what they will do differently. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as we are looking at it, there's little or nothing these fellows can offer. And that's what we are getting to see. We are getting to see mismanagement of the economy. We are getting to see mountainous corruption. We are getting to see, for instance, talking about corruption, we are getting to see how the humanitarian ministry in Nigeria have been turned into a cash cow. We see the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, has been accused. We are getting to see how she's been suspended. But beyond that, we are getting there are a lot of things about this same Nigeria that's going on at this time that is not being talked about, that's not being seen. That tells you again that there's a whole lot of selectiveness, which I call nepotism or nepotistic attitude to governance, that is being perpetrated by this administration and the administration before it, that's ongoing. So we're getting to see all of these things, and all of these things bring about insecurity, because especially when things are not done equitably, it can only lead to people feeling insecure. And when people feel insecure, they will strive to secure themselves. corruption and stealing in government are also fallout from insecurity, socio-economic insecurity, if you like. So that's where we find ourselves. So the statement by the Abenise Gumi and his people sound the way they sound, do what they do, is because of the inequities in our system. If Sheikh Gumi was arrested once or twice and cautioned or even jailed, I'm sure people like him would have kept quiet, but the people listen to them and begin to give them, arrogate to them some importance in society. And that's why they continue to thrive.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are where we are. The situation, we have no government. That is what I believe. That is my point. There's no government in Nigeria, especially at the
well, for level. Those of us in Nigeria, we have a government.
Hey, John. Yeah. Hello, John. Hello, John. Hello. Hello, John. Okay. Yes. Somebody was trying to call with a question. I don't believe that we have a government in Nigeria. That's my opinion. Because if we have a government in Nigeria, we will be seeing what is happening. You raised the question about Better Edu. It was before Better Edu. It was MFL, and they have presented great distraction from the issues that are central to what is happening in Nigeria. They are calling Better Edu. She did this, she did that, she did that. Yes, she did. I'm not going to pray for her because I know it is a possibility. MFL is from my home place. We are from the same tribe. Did he do it wrong? Yes, he did so many wrong. He deserves to go to jail. But how can a criminal be prosecuting a criminal? A criminal who lacks legitimacy, a criminal who has no moral platform to stand on to administer a people. Do you think it is fair? And do you think we will get anywhere with all this selective administration of justice in Nigeria?
Well, let me say, first and foremost, I'd like to differ from you. We have a government in Nigeria and we have a president in Nigeria. That is one. You are free.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Free to have to hold your own opinion about one. Yes. Two, the issue of Better Edu or MFLA. I thought we were going to go in the direction. I've queried MFLA, the continuous, I call it harassment of Godwin MFLA. I call it harassment because I don't see it as anything that should be given any sense or any importance. Because MFLA was just governor of the central bank. MFLA couldn't have been existing or operating in isolation. There was a president that was giving approvals. There was a national economic team led by Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who was the chairman of the economic group of that government. There was also the Minister of Finance, under which MFLA operated. Now, the then Minister of Finance, the President, and all members of the economic team of that administration cannot be exonerated from the goings-on in the central bank or the issue that that MFLA is being accused of. That's on one hand. On the other hand, Nigeria gets much of its sales, much of its money, of its income from the NNPC. The group managing director of the NNPC, Mele Kyari, is also free and still working with this government. A whole lot of inequities in the system, a lot of disequilibrium in the system that tells you that it's a sham. The issue of Better Edu is another. The issue of Better Edu is another, because Better Edu probably came up the rascality of a government she served earlier. All that I see in Better Edu's case is that very, very inexperienced, very, very, very tactless, and for her to go the route she went through. But the important thing is that whatever money that she was going to be disbursed, and that money has not been disbursed. But there are cases of persons that have disbursed money. There are cases of people who shared money, who gave out money to school children that were not in school during COVID-19. And those individuals are still working free. We had somebody who was a minister of aviation who said he was going to launch they launched an Air Nigeria, whereas there was no Air Nigeria. All they did was hire and paint an aircraft from Ethiopian Airlines and present it as an Air Nigeria thing. And today that in Nigeria, so it is very selective. The one they want to make headlines of, they raise it and flashlight on it and get people to be commenting, get people in the media to be issuing statements, getting bloggers to be writing, and doing all manner of junk journalism that people practice around this country, or this firmament, if you like. So I will not be perturbed at all, but I'm worried because of the inequity in the system, because of the injustice in the judicial process that we see that is being perpetrated here in Nigeria. And that's what we find all over the place. And it is sad.
Sad
Are you there?
Just a minute. Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. John. Hello? 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 Yes, the other guy, Professor Edeh, that was supposed to join us, I think he's having a problem joining. So that's the thing. Now, we are where we are. Insecurity everywhere. Some people come. They even came to my hometown. They kidnapped over 4 people within the past 3 weeks. The same people who are kidnapping in the north of Nigeria. They are all over the place. Don't you think it's time for the people to institute a form of self-defense where the army, the police, nobody is protecting the people? So are we going to sit down and allow these militias to come and be killing our people anyhow in Nigeria?
Well, I think state governments are to be held responsible for the things that happen within their states. The state governments are the chief security officers of their different states. They are paid very handsomely, what they call security votes, for them to maintain security in their different states. It is their duty to liaise and work with security agents in their respective states to ensure that security is maintained. But what you find is that a lot of these state governments are more political. Well, when they are failing to do so, it now raises questions. It's difficult for me to join and advocate that people should rise and begin to protect themselves, because it's going to be a whole lot of chaotic situation. I would rather think, rather than the people begin to defend themselves, the people should engage their governments, require and request for accountability, confront their different governments in their different states, irrespective of the political party. But you see, what you find is that people align with the political parties. If it is PDP that is the governing party in my state, or in any state for that matter, people join the PDP because they want favors. If it is APC, they join APC because they want favors. If it is NNPP, they join NNPP because they want favors. People are not united in their demand. People are not united they are not equitable in their demand for security and good governance. Good governance, where good governance exists, insecurity will vanish. It is bad government and bad governance in different states across the country that is causing all of these issues. Because I look at it that no matter what's going on at the federal level or the national level, if you like, if state governments judiciously manage the resources that are available in their states, there will be very minimal insecurity issues in their states. But because the state governments do not govern well, yes.
Mr. Effiong, this is
the
one that is becoming a huge threat to national security now. It's coming from outside the states. People, to be very specific, these herders without cattle, come into various states to kill people. And the people have been engaging their governments. Their governments have not been able to do anything. So what is the people left with?
They need to add more pressure, ask the government to resign. If a governor or a government in a particular state lacks capacity to deal with the security issues in a particular state, let the government resign. Let the government or the governor come out and tell you that he is not capable, and you take him out, because the government must have something it can do. Now, don't forget that the situation in the southwest, Amotekun in southwestern Nigeria, is an organization, security apparatus, regional security apparatus that was formed by the governments of southwestern Nigeria. Different governments of the different states in southwestern Nigeria found it necessary, confronted the government, confronted the federal government, and said we need to secure our environment, and they moved in. You know, it is interesting also to say that, rather unfortunately, God bless his soul, Arakuri, the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, who passed on, championed Amotekun in southwestern Nigeria, because he said they cannot fold their arms and sit back. But don't forget that even while they were pushing Amotekun to protect themselves in southwestern Nigeria, the government at the center was of the same party, the All Progressives Congress, the APC. The same APC is still in power at the national level today, and states are still moving ahead to arrest persons that are perpetrating insecurity. Don't forget the issue of Sunday Igboho in Western Nigeria. In Western Nigeria, he rose. He is from the southwest, and the people joined him in that clamor for good governance. I believe that all state governments should rise in one accord and confront this monster called insecurity. It does not matter where they are coming from, whether they are from the north, whether they are Fulani, whether anywhere they're X-Men or whatever, bandits, they should confront them. For instance, in Southeast, a major source of insecurity is the sit-at-home thing in the Southeast. The issues around IPOB or no IPOB and all that in southeastern Nigeria. What are the Southeasterners doing about it? They should confront their governments and tell their governments what to do. Give their government support. Forming independent militia organizations will worsen the situation. The situation in Somalia is not different since they removed Saad Barre from office. Saad Barre died many years ago, but the issue of militia and insecurity, the Al-Shabaab movement in Somalia is still very, very strong. And we deal when these things get very, very difficult to curb. So this thing we got to that level, we should join hands with our respective state governments to combat insecurity as a monster that everybody should fight against. Otherwise, it will something that we may not escape it. Because in the case of Nigeria, it's not just economic insecurity. We also have that multi-dimensional and something that we cannot wave away with the hands. It can be very, very complex, I can tell you. It's not as simple as some person that are living outside Nigeria might think. It can be very, very devastating. Now, when people create these militias, not even the people that create them are able to sleep. The issue of Borno State is a case in point. Alimbo Sharif, God knows where he is now. Shetima is now vice president. Yusuf is there. Abubakar Sekao, I don't know where he is, and all of the things that have happened. When this thing started in the north, in the northeast, it was like child's play. Today is a different ball game altogether. Today we have ISWAP and all other such militias all around northern Nigeria. Schools no longer exist. So many things are broken down in the northeast of Nigeria. Not only in Borno State, in Yobe, in Jigawa, in all of those, in Yobe, in Adamawa, it can be very, 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 very difficult. You don't want to come from those areas. A lot of the farmlands are uninhabitable. And that's why you find a whole lot of northern young men and women, all of them in southern Nigeria, riding the motorbikes, doing all sorts of menial jobs, because these people are predominantly farmers, and they cannot farm because banditry, terrorism has driven them away from their farmlands. It is very difficult and dangerous.
Yeah, Mr. Effiong, thank you very much for this position, because I'm very concerned about it, and I'm very passionate about it. Now, you talk about all this that is taking place, but the people, some people, those who drive this process of insecurity in Nigeria, they look at religion. All right, they are not looking at how it is impacting the people economically. They're not looking at how it is impacting the country and its immediate and near future. They are looking at it from they are able to lie to these people, mislead them that it's about Islam as a case in point, especially in the north. The people in the north are not doing enough to stand up to their governments. And like you said, we should go and engage our state governments, because the governors are the security officers. Now, what are the people in the north of Nigeria? Why are they not rising up against what is happening in their land? Why are they not rising up? Because they tell them it's about Islam. That they keep quiet. They are silent. It's only you and I that are speaking. How many people? Very few people from that north of Nigeria are speaking. They are not speaking about the way we are speaking. They are not speaking as if they care about the country. So this is why some of us get angry. Yet it is like a setup to destroy the country. Yes, your opinion.
You see, let me say this. I think it will be very, very wrong for us at these persons. These persons come from a long cultural history. If you look at how Islam came into Nigeria, if you look at how the amalgamation took place, if you look at the position of the principle of indirect rule, if you look at the feudal system in northern Nigeria, if you look at the Almajiri system in northern Nigeria, the cultural system in northern Nigeria, you know that it is deliberate that these persons are not allowed to go to school, are not exposed to Western education. It is deliberate that they open the door for them to see things from only one angle, from only one perspective. It's only the children of the rich that go to school. And we also know that it is also part of these things that is perpetrated, that the politicians of today have taken a cue to create multi-dimensional poverty in northern Nigeria, to make sure that the northern Nigerian children do not go to school, to make sure that they only see school from the perspective of the religious angle which they open to them. It becomes a lot more difficult. I agree with you, but these things cannot be achieved through violence. It has to be achieved through systemics. It has to be achieved by people. Because of this, and that's why, for instance, it became very curious when that professor came to all the way to Freedom Park in Lagos to come and do a declaration that the young people of the Afenifere people got up to react, saying that this must not happen in southwestern Nigeria. Why did he not do his declaration there in the north? Now you want to expect. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I wanted to say something. It's not happening.
Now, I want to say that the Afenifere people frowned at why the professor had to come to southwestern Nigeria to make his declaration. Now, all of these things are tailored to keep the young people away from education. When these people are not open to Western education, they are forced to see life from one perspective. And we know that these individuals, the poverty system, the impoverishment of Nigeria today by the administration, especially the last two regimes, the immediate past regime and this one, is deliberate to keep people in perpetual poverty. And that's why those that can find their voices must speak up. Those that can find their voices must make sure that the correct messaging are put across. And the correct messaging must be devoid of violence. Because in violence, there'll be more pain. In violence, there'll be more hardship. Because all of things that are going on in northeastern Nigeria has to do with violence. has to do with people, and of course, when you have militias left, right, and center, it does not do one any good.
Okay.
Don't forget that all of this issue about militia is not only about northern Nigeria. The resources in southern Nigeria, South Nigeria, in Bayelsa, in Rivers State, where we had militias, where we still have people that are doing security for pipelines, Saad Abubakar and his volunteer force, Teketom and his people, Ekwema Polo, Tompolo and other persons. All of these persons are not too different from these militia people. But because in the manner of speaking, because all of this inbreed terrorism and all of this inbreed backwardness, with all of the money that Saad Abubakar has, with all the money that Tompolo has, and Teketom and all of these militant persons that have become, some of them have been made traditional rulers today. They are all very rich. But the Niger Delta, with all the money they get from it, remains about the poorest part of Nigeria today. Hello?
No, it's not. He's watching. He's watching. I sent in the studio link. He should click on the studio link and join us. He did not do it. I'm not seeing him here. Tell him to. He's only watching as a guest. He cannot get into the studio as a guest, as a watcher. Sorry about that. It's Professor Edeh that we're having problem connecting to the studio. Yes. Yes. What makes violence? What makes violence happen? I don't think there's any person who wake up and just decide to be violent. We are in a situation right now where, in my opinion,
yeah, you see, Niger Delta.
Yeah.
What happened in Niger?
Yes.
You see, what happened in the Niger Delta has not changed lives of people in Niger Delta, because the NDDC was created as a result, as a follow-up to Edeh, to address the issue of poverty and employment and development of the Niger Delta region. And the Niger Delta region, when you pass through Bakassi, where I come from, you go to parts of Bayelsa, parts of Ijoland in Rivers State, the people are living in abject poverty. If you go to Ogoniland, you see poverty written everywhere. But those militias are very rich. Those militias, people like Saad Abubakar that have compromised, all of them are getting large contracts from government, and these contracts are personal to them. They are all living large, and the majority of the people remain poor. So the answer is never and will never be engaging militias or encouraging militias, encouraging bandits and all of these things that go. The thing will be to engage government constitutionally and democratically, whatever it will take. If the government, for instance, Bayelsa State has 8 local government areas. Bayelsa State government gets over 24 billion naira every month as allocation. What does the government, what are the governments of Bayelsa State been doing with these monies? And you go to Bayelsa State today, it is still very remote. The people should engage government. What are they doing with the money they get in Cross River State? For instance, in Cross River State, where I come from, what did Benedict Ayade do with money for 8 years? The people were not afraid to engage Benedict Ayade, because the people think that when they confront government, they will not get a piece of the pie. The people in Nigeria, even those of us in the south that think that we are there, we are not anywhere. The people in Lagos are not engaging the government of Lagos. Road transport workers, MC Oluomo, and the touts of Lagos are in charge. People of Lagos, the citizens of Lagos are not in charge. You must know somebody to know somebody to know somebody, even when you are an APC member. That's the situation in Lagos. Nigeria is largely very, very primitive in its ways and of doing things. So it is when we situate the issue of violence, the issue of insurgency, it's not limited to northern Nigeria. Bad government is across Nigeria. It's not even in the federal government alone. Go to the states impoverished to the teeth, to the limit, as the most underdeveloped state in Nigeria. I'm talking about Abia State. In less than 1 year, Alex Oti, as governor of Abia State, is telling a new story. But Odius Okalu was there. T.A. Oji was there. Okeze Ikpazu was there. all of them of PDP, the People's Democratic Party, they did not do anything. Ojus Okalo, after messing up for 8 years, is now in APC, championing and shouting and chanting the name of chanting APC. What did he do as a PDP governor for 8 years? Absolutely nothing. Aba used to be the center of manufacturing in Nigeria. Aba couldn't do anything under Ojus Okalo. So the issue of corruption, the issue of people feeling insecure. In fact, southeastern Nigeria today is the most insecure place around the country to travel through. Indigenes are not able to go home because they are afraid that their kinsmen will kidnap them because of poverty that is largely. And who are these boys that are poor? These boys are boys that have, some of them have finished apprenticeship, no place to work. Some have finished school, no place to work. Bad government across board in Nigeria. The pain of all the development in Nigeria, the pain of insecurity in Nigeria is bad government. And when the government is bad, the government is bad. You get? So it is not just about the south, the northeast or northwest or north central.
Okay, we have just been joined by Dr. Edeh Daniel Peter of the University of Abuja. Good afternoon from Houston, Texas, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon to your time and good evening to my own time.
Good afternoon and good evening to
It is night in Nigeria.
Yes. Yes.
Doctor, you're welcome.
I've been
Mr. Effiong, good evening.
To get in touch with John so he could forward the studio link to you, but I didn't have your number. And in the morning,
yes, I agree to you, Dr. Peter.
He did not. He did not answer.
Okay. I was set aback as although I've been following since 8 o'clock. I've been on the YouTube following the conversation. It was awesome coming from Mr. Effiong. Your Excellency, I greet you. You have done a great deal in the discussion.
I greet you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. So, briefly, sir, introduce yourself to our audience so we can take off from there. We have done a lot, but I would like to hear your own perspective on some of these things that we have talked about. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, like you have said, Dr. Peter Edeh. I'm a lecturer at the University of Abuja. I live in Nigeria. So,
all right.
I'm
so
a national.
Go ahead.
Abuja is good. Abuja is good as of today, I believe. And currently, I'm speaking to you from the city of Calabar.
Oh, from Calabar. Wow.
Yes.
Beautiful city to say. Yes. Okay. We've talked a great deal about security in Nigeria and some of the things that we are beginning to see that I believe have a very, very ominous national security implication for Nigeria. And we have seen the surge in violent criminal activities, especially from those that Nigerians refer to as Fulani headsmen. They have grown increasingly uncontrollable, and it's like nobody can do anything. It begin to make us ask questions if we have security forces anymore in Nigeria, and where they exist, why are we not feeling their impact? Can you lend us your voice on that, sir?
Thank you very much. It's quite simple, and I will go straight to the point without mincing words.
Yes.
The issue of security in Nigeria, I will hinge it on international conspiracy. I will hinge it on international conspiracy. And it's quite unfortunate, but that is what it is. If it is not an international conspiracy, then Nigeria would have gone far than what it is today. What is happening in Nigeria is just a distraction. It's just a distraction. Nigeria has been known internationally in security, in peacekeeping, all over the world. Nigeria was there in Lebanon in the 80s. Nigeria was there in Liberia. Nigeria has been there in Sierra Leone. Nigeria has been there in Sudan and so many other countries. Nigeria went to Mali. When after Nigeria quenched the fire in Mali, they had to conspire with France to come into Mali and push Nigeria away. Of course, Nigeria had to withdraw her soldiers from Mali, because how can, when the fire was hot in Mali, France did not come in, but until when Nigeria has put the place in order. So for anybody to feel that Nigeria is weak, I think that person is making a mistake. Now, I can bet you that even in American forces or military today, we have a good number of Nigerians who are there and they are doing it very good. Now, when I say that international conspiracy, we are being distracted. We are being distracted by the so-called Fulani headsmen and all that. And this is because we lost sight of our patriotic nature. We became unpatriotic to our own nation. And then they give us, palliatives from other countries, make our country so bad for us. So who are these people? Let the international society think about it. They are involved. They cannot sit anywhere and make jest of Nigeria. We have capable hands. We have capable hands in the security network. That we are having poor leaders in Nigeria today is also part of that conspiracy. The world knows that we have capable hands, to rule this country and put it to, to be seen as the next world power. And I can bet you Nigeria is the next world power. We have the resources. We have the natural resources. We have human power. We have everything that you can think of in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? We look poor, but we are not poor. I must say it to the international society to know that we look poor, but we are not poor.
Great.
At the nick of time, those of us who know this will put it in their perspective. Now, granted that in the past, we had issues. Like, if I had to take it from where Effiong came up with it, the issue of amalgamation, the issue of the civil war, the issue of one military regime leading to another and all that. Yes, when a nation is growing, it is expected that that nation will pass through certain level. America is at the stage it is today, and don't forget that America is a slave land. You are in America. America is a slave land. They all came together. They sat under a tree and said, look, we must get it right. And they got it right. And the world is looking at America. And so also, we will get there. I am proud to be a Nigerian. And I challenge any American or anybody in the world to look at it from my point of view. I am a proud Nigerian. If it comes to sports, Nigerians are there. If it comes to business, Nigerians are there. There is nothing that Nigerians cannot do. Education-wise, we are equally there. I don't think there's any state in the world that has the number of universities like Nigerians have. But why are we not doing well? We are not doing well because there are people who are distracting us. There are people who are conspiring. And when they throw these things, we don't see it. We see failure in ourselves. And as an academic, sometimes when you look at children growing up, you know that there are some who do well. When you say Jack, they are already there. We have genius, but we have those who also grow very slowly. You don't throw those ones away. Nigeria is growing slowly, and we can beat it.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Edeh, yeah, very good, eloquent speech. I am as patriotic and a very die-hard Nigerian patriot, and that is why I do what I do. But every nation, every individual must have this attribute of doing self-introspection. You examine yourself. Yes, agreed, there's a conspiracy to slow Nigeria down or to make Nigeria a stunted country. But those conspiracies, do they happen without the involvement of some Nigerians? So those are the things. As much as we are using fingers, we must look at
I will answer that in a simple. I will answer that in a simple terms.
Yes.
You are an African. You know, it is said that it is the rat in the house, the house mouse, that tells the rat in the bush where ogiri, okpehe, dawa, where it is kept, where it is kept in the house.
Yes.
Just like you are calling me from Texas to hear from Nigeria. Good. If I'm not patriotic enough, I'll give you the bad aspects of Nigeria. And you'll go gaga. But I'm a patriotic Nigerian. I know where it is pinching us. I wear the shoes of government in Nigeria. Most of our governments are tied behind. Their hands are tied. Tied
by who?
With
who
tied
their hands?
By successive governments. Successive governments and wrong attitude towards politics. Wrong attitude towards politics. Now, when people come into politics, how do they come into politics? Do they come into politics? You are running for a governorship. You are running for House of Assembly or House of Reps and all that. Senate. What motivates you? What brought you in? Did you come to serve the people or you came for business? Now, there is political business. There is business of politics. And so when one it outwits the other, then you have problem. Then don't forget about prebendal politics. And this prebendal politics is hinged on our political economy. It is hinged on our political economy, whereby what we have, we do not have control of it. Today, we have oil, but we do not decide how much we sell our oil. You people sit in America there, you sit in UN or sit anywhere and decide for us. We have the local refineries that our people, Mr. Effiong is from the Niger Delta region, and his people refine oil locally using local drums. And then you condemn it and say that is no good technology. How does the technology start? The local refinery can be made to be a better one. We have local gin, ogogoro. You know that very well. What we call ogogoro. That ogogoro is better than the American gin. Have we sat down to put it in perspective, to refine it and cook it in a good bottle so that people can sit in a jeune in 5 stars to drink it? No, we just put it in our calabash and drink. So these are the things that we need to also look inwardly and then clear. Now, when you decide for us how much we sell our products, how do you expect us to grow? It is our product. How do you expect us to grow? How do you expect that there will be people will not carry out heinous crimes to see that behind their houses. The crude oil is there behind their houses. Their fishes are dead. They cannot fish. They can't drink water. Even while they see water, they touch water, but they can't drink it because the water is polluted. And these things have been going on over and over, for so many years. There was a time when Nigeria, the oil boom years, the naira was higher, was more value than the dollars. What has changed? The $100 you use there has been the $100 that I grew up as a child to know. It has been there. What has changed? What is the ratio? Where did the mathematics twist? If you are looking at the insecurity in Nigeria, then you begin to look at that. As much as a hit on our economy and pull it down, then you begin to look at it.
Yeah, Dr. Edeh, let's look at this problem that we have right now, the security. Let's come back to the security. Looking at it from inside as Nigerians, you and I are Nigerians. I'm from the same Niger Delta where you come from. I only live outside Nigeria, but I'm a very permanent, frequent feature at home.
I'm from the north. I'm from the north central. I'm from the north central.
Okay,
I'm from
very good.
The north central.
Yeah.
I'm from the north central, where the 2 million Fulani soldiers are being groomed. I'm from the north central.
Very good. Now you brought a perspective. To how many thousand Fulani soldiers did you say they are grooming? Are they? Let me ask. Are they all Fulanis? There are no other ethnic group that made up that. What I say, I don't know how they came about it. I know the governor of Nasarawa State.
Well,
he was living in Houston.
I will respond.
I'm also disappointed if he's raising an army without an appropriation from the National Assembly. Dr. Sule, I know him one-on-one. He may pretend that he doesn't know me. I've been to his house. He used to live in Houston. His wife is an Igbo woman. The wife that we know, who has about 3 children for him, is an Igbo woman. I know them very well. I've been hearing about what is coming up from the state where he's governor. So, since we are from that part of the country, can you give us a perspective about what and how they came about raising this number of army, and what are they going to be fighting? Who are they going to be fighting for? And in a country where we have a national army, we have a national police, we have TSS, and we have other government security agencies, and then a governor is raising this army. Don't you think it's scary? Please, can you share your opinion with that, with us on that?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not from Nasarawa State. I'm from Benue State.
Okay.
And though it's under North Central, I am not the governor's friend either. Yeah. But from what has been said and the video you put out, the Hausa language that was being used and what was said is what I will stand by and analyze. Now, they have said that he has decided to go into the streets and remove all hoodlums on the streets, because he went to the streets to bring out all the hoodlums in the streets, the Agboros. You know what an Agboro is? The motor park boys. Good. That he pulled them out of the streets, including the Fulani people and all that. Now, if I understood him very well, he was saying that they want to regain their name. The Fulani people are not happy that they have been named bad name, Fulani headsmen, during Buhari's period to this time. That these insurgencies or this killing that they are always calling Fulani people. They want to clean that. And so they are coming together, bringing up an army that will come after those people who are coming to kill people. That is what I understood by that. But like Mr. Effiong enumerated, these are some of the ambivalences we have. Now, sometimes ago, as soon as Ashwaju was sworn in as the president of Nigeria, we have one tout from the Niger Delta who equally came up and was grooming people. I'm talking about Asari Dokubo. Yes. He was grooming people. He went to government and government gave him money. What was he grooming those people for? For them to fight those who are stealing our crude oil on the onshore. When you go onshore there, all nations are stealing from Nigeria. People are stealing. Recently, Tompolo just intercepted a ship load of those stealing crude oil. Now, when you look at it from the point of view of Asari Dokubo, you will say, okay, he's grooming people to halt the stealing in the Niger Delta. Now, if these people now came up with their own, they want to stop the Fulani, so-called Fulani headsmen that are coming to kill people, and they are naming them. I want to give a personal experience about the Fulani people. And my personal experience with this is, and the issue of insecurity, is that one day, while Buhari was in government, I came out from a radio program, and I sat, my car had an issue, and I stopped to fix it. And so I found Fulani men passing by. So I greeted them, and I chatted them up. They were looking so gloomy, and I asked, why are they looking like this? And they said they are suffering too much. And I said, but it is your brother that is our president. They said, no, this is their brother that has made everybody to hate them. Anywhere they pass, they are hating them. People are looking down on them. People are chasing them away. They don't like that kind of brother. Now, you can imagine, this is a typical Fulani man who was thinking in that. So they were suffering it. While politicians were using it to play their politics, the poor Fulani man is suffering. Now, I'll tell you one thing for sure that I know of the Fulani people. There's what they call Pulaku. All the full days across African countries can confirm that. Pulaku is an ethical norm in Fulani culture. And that makes a Fulani man to shy away from what? To shy away from what is evil. And that is why, because he has no home, he only carries cattle along. So he has to shy away from what is bad, so that whenever, anywhere he goes, he can settle and rear his cattle. So now that they allow themselves, they infiltrated through their nomadic system to bring in criminals who came into the country to kill and maim people. That is where we have problem. Now, I want to refer you to the first stroke of the Fulani headsmen in Nigeria. Buhari was the president. And when Buhari gave an order, Buhari gave this order saying that those headsmen are not Nigerians. Those headsmen are not Nigerians. Now, if you will follow this statement in chain of command coming from the from the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Say, and the president says, those people are not Nigerians. What happens? Do you expect him to carry whip and go after them? Is he the one? He has people in place. Who are the people in place? The chief of army staff is there. The chief of defense staff is there. The chief of air staff is there. The controller of immigration is there. The controller of customs are there. So all these people are there. They are supposed to act immediately. The commander-in-chief says, these people are not Nigerians. So what are they doing in your territory? There are people who have been charged with the responsibility to carry out actions. They never went about it.
Okay, now they didn't. Okay, if he made that any such order, they did not carry out his order, and he's the president of Nigeria, and the country failed so fatally the way it did under him. Now, whose responsibility it is, and now who is going to be held accountable for that? If you say
all of us,
yeah, no, it's not
all of us Nigerians, all of us Nigerians.
I will refuse to be held accountable for what Buhari did.
No, you're an American.
No,
you're an American.
No, sir, don't say that again. No, don't say that. Please,
okay.
Please. If I'm an American, as you say, I need you to correct that first. You know, I feel a little offended.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm a dying Nigerian. Not many Nigerians are doing what I'm doing. They cannot say what I'm saying about what is taking place in Nigeria. And I want to tell you that we outside, majority of us outside are more patriotic than you people in Nigeria. Because it is your failure to stand up for the people of Nigeria that has kept us the way we are. There's no need for us. But self-criticism is a demonstration of patriotism. And this is why we shall.
That is why I say all of us. That is why I said all of us Nigerians. Because it's a collective effort. It's no one man's. It's a collective effort that can do that. As I speak to you, our youths cannot speak. Even in schools. Even in schools today, the issue of insecurity is there. They can't even fight for their rights. There is that fear that has been instilled in them. Students are being extorted. Students are being extorted at all levels, yet they cannot speak. So that level at which
you think that is that good for a country?
It is not good, and that is why you and I are talking now, so that we can find a solution out of it.
Very good. Now, what do you think is the way forward for Nigeria? Looking at the way Nigeria is, our youths cannot speak. You and I went to schools when we were able to take on the authority of the schools to make sure that they do what we wanted in the best interest of students. Today, what do we see?
Good.
Students have been recruited to fight for the government, even as wrong as they are. They arm them against themselves. They create all kinds of cults in the universities. Even the university administration is even scared of doing what is right for fear of losing their job or for fear of dying. Is that the kind of what kind of future do we want to give to the next generation of Nigeria? That is what we are talking about here. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I will draw from the philosophy of the great legend Bob Nestor Marley.
Good.
Where he said, until the philosophy that holds that one nation is more superior to another is completely annihilated, everywhere is war.
Yes.
Today, Nigerians value Western countries. Why? Because they feel that there are better opportunities out there. The same Western countries are talking about globalization. And if you are talking about globalization, I don't need to be in America, Canada, UK, and all that to feel that what an American is feeling. I don't need to be in the UK to feel what a UK person is feeling. The doctrine of globalization should be done in a manner that the man in my village or called Oju feels it, grasp it, and live by it, and live and be contented where he is. Contentment is the watchword. What is the world fighting for? What is the whole world fighting for? We have one world, a global village. Today, you and I can talk from miles away. Artificial intelligence has come to put the world on our palms, and we are talking so close. We can use what nature has given to us, what science has given to us, and then spread it. Let it not be that it is one nation against the other. The war going on today is unnecessary. The issue of insecurity is not only in Nigeria, it's all over the world. Israel is there, Hamas is there, Russia, they are doing their own, and Ukraine and all that. America feels insecure each time they talk about them. I love Americans, you know. I love Americans. But you see, they too need to do the needful. Now, there is why you look at the Catholic Church and Nigeria, there is what we call propaganda fidei. Propaganda fidei was there helping Nigerians and giving arms to Nigerians and all that. But when the bishops in the world came into Nigeria and found out that the church in Nigeria has grown enough, they stopped the idea of propaganda fidei coming to Nigeria. We became self-sufficient as a church in Nigeria, and the church is able to govern itself. The church in Nigeria has enough mansions as much as you have in Rome, in UK, and every other places. But where have we gone when it comes to the government in Nigeria? Now, in deciding the issue of the state, we need, if at all, we need the Western world to look into. Then the Western world need to also search herself and stop distracting Africans. Allow Africans to be. We need to see the Western people coming to live in Nigeria. Why is it only Nigerians that are going to live there? They should come and live here in Nigeria too and feel they don't have sun. Look at what you are wearing. Your cold is killing you there. Come here, we have enough sun. Look at what I'm putting on. It's very light. Come and enjoy the sun and invest here. Are you getting me? So when we do that, then we know that life is for both you and I. Now, I want to take a lesson from COVID-19. COVID-19. While the world was looking forward to World War III, but I tell you, World War III came and passed without shooting one bullet. And the number of people that died in the World War III, nobody looked at it. And that was COVID-19. COVID-19 was targeted at killing Africans. COVID-19 was targeted at annihilating Africans. But what happened? There was an ontological boomerang effect that hits back on those who created COVID-19 and pointed it out to Africa. The issue of Ebola was there. I remember when Goodluck Jonathan was on board, Goodluck Jonathan came to America to plead with Americans to help us in order to stop Ebola. What they told him was that it is not yet time. So until it has killed so many people, that is when the people will wake up. Haba. So whatever is happening in Nigeria today, security-wise, is a reflection of international conspiracy that has been bought by national idiots. That is what I will interpret it. What is happening in Nigeria, the national insecurity in Nigeria is a reflection of international conspiracy that has been bought over by our poor leaders who don't have heads to think. If I am a vice chancellor and any professor that is a professor of engineering, if he cannot produce something from engineering, I will deprofessionalize him. So we should rise up to that effect.
Okay, Professor
challenge.
Edeh, yes, we are pressed.
I'm not a professor yet.
Yes, okay. We are pressed for time. We have been here since the past 2 hours, 11 minutes. I want to leave you with. I want to give us your final perspective. We had an election in Nigeria, a presidential election. Oh, let me say general election, 2023 general election. How would you rate that election? And
well, funny.
How would you rate? Yeah?
Very funny. Very funny. Right? Yes. Because I participated fully in the election.
Yes.
In the election process. And I saw it to a logical, or what I might call a peripheral conclusion. The election process gave Nigerian hopes. The electoral laws that were put in place gave Nigerian hopes. But those hopes, like Mr. Effiong rightly pointed out, were thwarted at the nick of time. Those hopes were bastardized by, people who have decided to keep Nigeria perpetually in abject poverty. Poverty of the mind, not poverty of what to eat. We have food to eat because we are agrarians, we are farmers. We can find food, but poverty of the mind. On the eve of election, on the eve of the general election, the umpire flew to the current president's house. What did he go there to do? Only God knows. But what I will say now is this. Whatever happened,
hold on, Doctor.
I'm coming.
Hold on, Doctor.
Okay.
You made a very good statement. I did not think that a Nigerian living in Nigeria would make such a strong statement. Yes, we all knew. And then how come the people of Nigeria kept quiet? An umpire went to a presidential candidate's house on the eve of an election. He was found eating and drinking, and he was flown back in a private jet to the nation's capital. The next day was an election. 4 a.m. people were sleeping. He announced the result, and the people of Nigeria kept quiet. So did America cause that? Was the international community responsible for that bad behavior? And they corrupted all our institutions all the way through the army, the police. Everybody was compromised. The DSS director was in charge of harassing people and silencing people who opposed that madness that led us where we are. Did America cause this? Did America take Nigerians to vote? What is responsible for the inability of the Nigerian people to rise to the occasion that they have been wronged?
Good, thank you.
Yes,
First of all, I'll look at your question as committing an argumentum ad hominem, in the sense that I have not attacked Americans. I have not accused them. But what I had said, I talked about, I'm coming, I will answer your question. I talked about international conspiracy. And that international conspiracy may not come in this direction. But you see, when once your foundation has already been destroyed, it was destroyed since during Babangida's time. It was destroyed when IMF, the idea of IMF was enforced on Nigeria. As at that time, the Naira was better than the dollar. A Peugeot 504 was sold for 5,000 Naira. The dollar was about, 1 Naira was, $1 was about how many kobo? Are you getting me? So Nigerian money was strong. Nigerian money was already going into the international market. But when IBB took over and he was asked to take IMF loan, IBB rejected the IMF loan. But they told him, okay, if you are rejecting the IMF loan, the conditionalities that bind on you, even when you don't take the money, I mean, when you take the money, still binds on you without the money. What is that? Is that not an international conspiracy? Now, if you look at from that point, IBB said, okay, let the conditions be on Nigerians. And they came up with the issue of SAP, which is Structural Adjustment Program. Zebediah will call it Stomach Adjustment Program, because at the end of the day, it was our stomach that suffered it. Now, what did that lead us to? That was when some aspects of corruption was institutionalized, and it has led to what we are suffering today. It has spread in different forms. Now, coming to the elections, yes, like I have told you, Nigerian youths today are not like the Nigerian youths of your time. I believe you are above 50.
Yes.
You will know how it was. As I'm talking to you, I'm sitting right in Unica. There is no light. I can show you. Look at it. This is postgraduate hostel, but there is no light. And these are graduate students, PhD students. Look at them sitting like Munchi. Are you getting me? In a university, I'm sitting under solar light. I'm sitting under solar light to speak. Now, what does that imply? In our days in Unica, 30 minutes is too much. 30 minutes. You will hear from Malabo where they take light. 1, 2, 3. Before you know it, the female students will move and will all march to the Vice Chancellor's house. Now, it is not like that. You cannot open your mouth and say anything, because they will come on you. And when they come on you, you will regret it. So we have degenerated to that point that there is that fear that has been instilled in the people. Now, why you see that in the north, it is easier for the northerners to rise. They only rise when their leader moves with them. They don't just rise. The Talakawas cannot just get up. And like Franz Fanon has said, flowing with Karl Marx, that until the lumpen proletariat will rise, we cannot move anywhere. It has happened with the NSAS. When it happened with NSAS, what happened? They came, they killed some youths and all that. Gradually, we are speaking to our people. As a lecturer, I talk to my students. And I tell them it is their right, they have to fight for their rights. Person know they die 2 times. Now 1 time person they die.
You're
So
right.
whichever way, share you know what I talk. Now Nigerian language now I speak to you. So so you know,
Yes.
there has to be a Christ. There has to be an African Jesus. If Jesus Christ that we know is a white man God, there will be an African Jesus who will rise and say enough is enough. Already Nigerian youths are saturated with the sufferings and all that. People are living in fear. People are living in fear. But then, like I told you before, it is the house rat that told the bush rat that this is where meat is. And so they have used that to weaken our security men. It is not because our security men are weak. Our security networks are not weak. We have formidable army. I am proud of Nigerian army. I'm proud of Nigerian Navy. And I'm very proud of Nigerian Air Force. I'm very proud of Nigerian police. If the police say they want to work, 24 hours they will deliver. If the DSS say they want to work,
they only work for special interest. They don't work for the interest of the people. And
that is where the problem is. That is where the problem is.
Yeah. So if an army, I've heard that the chief of army staff speak. He does not come across like an intelligent person. He's speaking. He says he's defending democracy. A soldier should not be defending the democracy. He should be defending the state. All right.
Yeah.
And the interest of the people. He cannot say he's defending a government. So he makes him a dumb ass. He doesn't understand what his job is. The same thing the police is saying. Your business is the people. Your business is the state, not the government. So we have to learn, we have to teach our people much more about differentiating between the state and the government and the drivers of government. That is where we have a serious problem.
What I would say to that is the politicization of the security networks.
Yes.
The security network has been politicized and polluted. And because it has been so, that has been done, it is very difficult. Now, the commander-in-chief comes up and he makes sure that he brings in somebody who will not come up to fight him. Yes. He brings up people who will secure him, not securing Nigeria. Yes. If you go to if you get to the brigade of guards is possibly somebody who, if not by lineage or somehow, it has to be someone who should be able to protect the interests of the commander-in-chief. And so when it has come to that level, the issue of nationalism is being eroded. When it comes to that, you now see that those of us who are nationalists, those of us who feel proud about Nigeria as patriots, we find it difficult to unravel what is going on, because you have to be careful before they knock you stick on the head. You see that? So that is what is playing, but it will not go too far. Nigerian youths are coming up. Nigerian youths will take over their country. And that is what I'm saying to the Nigerian youths. Rise up and take back your country. But the unfortunate thing that has so happened is that the mind of the Nigerian youth has been tuned to money. And that aspect is not a Nigerian thing. It's not an African thing. It's something that has been designed from outside. That our attention is shifted to the dollar. Nobody even talks about pounds, even that though pound is even higher than the dollar. But Nigerians are now after money, any little thing money. But it boils back to the idea of corruption. And where is this corruption coming from? For me, corruption is not a sin. As far as Nigeria or Africa is concerned, until we begin to see corruption as part of our existence, then we cannot overcome it. You don't fight corruption. Even Americans are not fighting corruption. They design the process in which to flow with. Now, why do I say this? I say this because what we term as corruption is not actually corruption. As Africans, we are people who are not individualistic in nature. We are communalists. We live in communal, in villages. We live a communal life. And so, in doing that, you see that if you are paying me as a lecturer, you are paying me 200,000. I have my mother to take care of. I have my siblings who are not working to take care of. I have 5 children to take care of. And then I have other friends. I can't take a cup of tea from that amount. Now, put it to the issue of corruption. Where policies are being made, there are certain things that are not taken care of. When budgets are being put in place, there are certain things that are not considered. So in making policy, Nigeria need to rejig the system by looking at those things that actually look that are being seen as corrupt practices. And those are the gifts. The gifts. In African parlance, we say that when you go to a king's house, you don't go empty-handed. Adeh Abubakar, Edeh and Keze. Abi?
Oh, if not, wait a minute. If
Is that not what you're...
give us something. I think that's that part of our culture.
So
you know, you are
good. That you need to
culture grows.
You need to unravel that, because when you are giving contract, yes, when you are giving contract in policy, in policy making and implementation, when they give out contracts, you make policy for a job of say $100 million, and out of that $100 million, in actual sense, only between $30 and $50 million will do the job perfectly. The other $50 million is for what you could call kickbacks. Now, if you capture that on the policy, if you capture those to be seen, if that contract is under Ministry of Education, you will see the minister, you will see the permanent secretary, you will see those who will sign those things. If all that is captured in the budget, and then you roll it out, there is no reason why any contract will not be executed. But whereby you don't put that, then there will be the need for kickback. If the job is for $50 million, where are you getting the money to give to people? So from out of the $50 million, you give to minister 10 million. From the $50 million, you give to PEMSEC 50 million. From there, you still give the table people, and even the rat or the dog that will carry your bag into the office, you give him something. What is left for you to carry out the job? Nothing is left. and then you see corruption comes into play.
Yeah. So, do you want us to continue that way? This is the reason Nigeria is where it is. This culture. So, are we
for me?
Yes.
You know. No. Yes, we need to validate this because
why should we
in actual sense,
invoicing to wreck
good. I will give it to you. I will give it to.
What I expect to hear from you is that we have to accept that Nigeria does not have a social welfare policy. That we need to create a social welfare policy that will translate to social security for its citizens. I think that's one way to cover this.
Yes.
Not by
that is
yes.
That is on the one side. If I had spoken about palliative, then I would have touched on this point you have just made. But I'm trying to hit a point here. If you look at the laws that we are running today, and our system is a borrowed system. It's a borrowed.
Not borrowing. I disagree with you. Do you know why I disagree with you? I've lived in this country long enough to know that what we say we borrow from America, there's nothing Nigeria is practicing from what they say they borrowed. Americans are not stealing from their government the way Nigerians are stealing with brazenness. No.
Nigeria I want to put it to you.
Yes, because I've lived in Nigeria.
Don't say no. I want to put it to you.
Yes.
Let me put it to you. Like the lawyers do.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Whether you accept it or not, we did not colonize ourselves. We had our system of democracy as African democracy in the villages.
Very good.
We had it where we break kola nut.
Okay. Kola nut.
Yes. Where we break kola nut, yes, and we keep the kola nut in the calabash and drop it before we speak. And woe betide you for you to speak false where that kola nut is on the calabash there at the village square. It is not the same type of democracy we are practicing today, which is the democracy of representation, where people go and stay somewhere put, and the kind of elections that are carried out. Now, what was brought to us on how to carry out or make policies and look at this. If you look at maybe overseas there, you have what we call miscellaneous. The word miscellaneous, is it an African language? The word miscellaneous.
Why are Africans being the one practicing miscellaneous much more than the people whose language it is? Why? Because we are very corrupt people. Let's accept this. Our culture is very vulnerable.
No. It's not because. No, yes, it's not because we are corrupt people. I will not accept that because I am not corrupt, and I can beat my chest and say so. Yes.
No, I'm not accusing you of being corrupt.
No, I know. I say when you say we, you have generalized all Africans.
Growing up as African culture, because this one we have.
Yeah.
Our culture. It's definitely not.
You have generalized.
I'm 61 all Africans. Years old. I'll be 62 in June, so I'm not a baby. I know Nigeria. I know Africa. I was born there. I've done everything. I lived in Kano until 1991. I left Kano in 1991 because of the Kano riot. I was injured. I narrowly missed death. I saw my friend. They caught him. They had him and cut off his neck. Yes, in my presence. So when we talk about, because I'm the one interviewing you, I'm going to hear you, so that for the benefit of people who are listening. So I know Nigeria in and out. And guess what? In 2019, I was around for Senate, Delta North. So I know Nigeria so well. And this is the reason I've taken the responsibility of doing what I'm doing right now. Because
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. you have said your ordeal and your experience in Nigeria.
Yes.
I am a Nigerian and I speak the 3 major languages in Nigeria. I speak more than 8 languages. At least
Good.
I can speak 8 languages fluently in Nigeria.
Good.
I've been to every state of the federation to carry out one assignment or the other, or live at one point or the other.
Yes.
Okay?
Great. Yes.
I know Nigeria. I travel more in the night. I don't travel in the daytime. I see Nigerians even at night. I feel Nigeria. I don't go by air. I make sure I drive and see things so that I can talk. Now, when I talk about this issue of miscellaneous and what it plays like, and for you to say that all Nigerians are corrupt, that is a categorical fallacy.
No,
I'm a Nigerian.
All Nigerians. I didn't say all Nigerians, but as it stands now, no, because corruption has become a culture. How I describe it is Nigerians are nearly all participants and all victims. That is how I say. That's how I describe the corruption. And it has become a culture, terribly endemic and so shameful and disgusting. We must speak to it and address it, and we must speak to it where we choose leadership. Can you imagine how the president, a rogue, became president of Nigeria? Did he win an election? Did the election follow through process? We all saw it. Then why do you think a European will respect you, respect Africa, and respect what they are bringing out to leadership? In the time of Emperor Haile Selassie, he went to the United Nations and made the greatest speech till today that Bob Marley put into a song. The greatest speech ever made by any world leader was made by an African, Emperor Haile Selassie. What happened to Africa?
Good.
I'm ashamed.
We still have great men. We still have great people. Apart from those of us who have not had the kind of opportunity you have to be where you are. But
no, it's not you can be here if you want to be very honest. No big deal.
We still have the zeal to change the narrative in Nigeria. I born with it on a daily basis. I feel it. Now I want to tell you one thing, and I will use the scripture to buttress this fact that power is taken, it's not given. Power is taken, it's not given. Yes, power is taken, it's not given.
Yes.
In a nation where there are many interests, the survival of the fittest plays role. Now, and you see people will play on Machiavellian principles of the ends justifying the means. Now, as much as that is not good enough for human development, for right conscience, it is not good enough to move the country forward. In order to avoid situations of chaos, in order to bring peace to our country, Nigeria, one thing we should look at is this: the fact that authority comes from God. Many were struggling to take the position which Asuwaju is in today. People have gone to court, people have gone to American courts, they have done all sorts of things, and he is still there. The best for us to do right now is to, first of all, accept.
Yeah, go ahead.
When once an authority of a sovereign nation has been given to somebody by error or by hook or crook, that authority is stamped on, it's God's authority. And that is what the Bible says in Romans. The Bible says all authorities. He said all authorities. The Holy Bible used by the Christians, and I'm sure the Quran.
You are referring to is not is not a standard that we will live by. That I disagree with that. That is not God's word. Somebody wrote the Bible, and the Bible, for the most part, was edited for the benefit of those who wrote it. So, which African name did you see in the Bible? Let's leave that Bible. We are talking about Nigeria for now. Let's forget about the Bible. This is not morality. Here you have a heart. God gave you 4 things.
The Ethiopian eunuch. The Ethiopian eunuch is in the Bible.
My brother,
Egypt is in the Bible. Egypt is in the Bible. And most of the North African countries, they are all in the Bible.
Where's West Africa?
And Igbo is in the Bible.
My brother.
Anyway, what is there? I need you and I to help Nigeria. In as much as we criticize the government, in as much as we say all sorts of things bad of what government has done, for doing what is wrong, we need to also juxtapose our criticism with also shedding the light on the path which government should go so that it will be better for Nigerians. And so we have Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria today, and all the governors that are seated. My state, it is a reverend father that is the governor. We all voted him. He was accepted. His election was perfect.
I don't have a problem with that. But the Bola Ahmed Tinubu,
his election was perfect.
He will never be my president.
Good. Yes. When you come to Nigeria, we will know whether it's your president or not. But where you are now, yes, we can accept that.
How is that? I don't care whether he lives or dies. He's not my president. And I'm in Nigeria.
Now, for we who are here,
I will say the same thing.
You know, being on air like this, it is unethical. It is unethical for one to feel, because as it is right now, he is the one that is holding mountain of leadership in Nigeria.
He doesn't hold anything.
So long as we do not,
is that mountain of leadership? The whole country is falling apart. Terrorists are all over the place, raging everywhere, kidnapping.
So we have to look for.
From Benue State. You know, the problem. You say you are from Benue.
I'm not defending him. I'm saying the obvious, and I'm saying what I feel. Pardon?
I say
you said what?
It appears, somehow that you are defending him, but it's okay. You have a right to your opinion. So I don't have any problem with that.
Listen, I am not APC.
No, I didn't say that. It doesn't matter.
I am the national vice chairman. I'm the good. Now you see, I have my perspective.
Yes.
I have my perspective. If my father does something that is wrong, I will sit here, I'll find a way of talking to my father. I am old enough to talk to my father in a way that he will listen and do what is right. If you bring even the best America to Nigeria as the president of Nigeria, he cannot rule Nigeria better. I make bold to say that. And I challenge any American who feels that he can come and rule Nigeria or to come here. I will lead the campaign for him to lead to win in Nigeria.
When you say, when you say American, what do you mean by any American? What are you talking about? Nigerians living in America or Americans?
I'm talking about any good American.
Yes.
Any good. I am referring to all of Americans who have the good sense of leadership, who have the right thinking cap to rule a country like Nigeria. I bet you, if you bring him here, he will be Nigerianized. He will be Nigerianized. Now, what I'm begging you, what I'm begging of you,
darkness, right?
Good, but
is that good for any country? Then we have a problem.
It is not good for it is not good for it is not good for any country. It is not good for any country. But we have to identify those errors that we have and are living with, and then find a solution to those errors.
I don't think we are identifying anything now. In fact, it's getting worse since independence. We have not identified anything.
You have identified a wrong leader. You have identified a wrong leader. You have identified a wrong leader. You have identified somebody who is a president illegally. You have identified somebody who fraudulently got into the presidency. Now, that is a way out. So identifying him is one thing. But if you think of Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he was the governor of Lagos State, you may not put him in the same pedestal with what has happened, that he got into power. We had other best of men who, with whatever yardstick you use to qualify them, who came on. I, for one, I am qualified enough, I'm old enough, and I know I have the right thinking cap to be the president of Nigeria. But I do not have the financial muscle to back it up. So I can't even venture. Of course, I need that.
Okay, that is where we have a problem.
Even America, even America today, is America not running elections with money?
They are.
Good.
They don't run it.
So
they don't run it. That is why I told you that you did not copy. Nigeria is not copying America. They don't run an election the way election.
Yes, because we are having a lot of money. We are having,
but the money does not come from the candidate. The money does not come from the candidate. Otherwise, Obama would never have been president of the United States. At the time Obama was president of the United States, he did not have the kind of money I had in my bank account. He did not have it. I'm beating my chest. He stayed in the poorest hotel that I, at that time, will not even rent to stay. That is America. But America saw
good.
Do things for them, although he messed up Africa, but he defended the interest of America. That was a poor person who was on the street of Chicago organizing people together. That was Obama. That was how. Not because he was a millionaire. He didn't even have up to 100,000 when he was becoming a president. Can that happen in Nigeria? I ran for Senate. Let me tell you, I told you, I ran for Senate. When I came with all these great ideas about how to bridge, really inspire. If Nigeria had allowed me, Buhari would not do an inch of what he did to destroy Nigeria to the extent of handing it to Boko Haram. He would never have done it. I was in APC. They saw me. They said, that crazy guy from America, we should not let him. They stopped me from there. I went to another party. They connived with PDP. Now, two forces against me. Yeah, that is what Nigeria does to you. If for all that,
why didn't you contact me?
I wish I knew you then. I didn't contact you now, but now that I know you, maybe who knows what's going to happen? But that's the thing.
I'll take you through the right path, and you will get there. With
they will ask me to go and drink blood. Because that's one of those things I refuse to do.
No. You don't need to drink. You don't need to drink any blood. As it is today, there are people who won their elections under certain platforms even without knowing anybody. You understand? Now you see, like as it is right now, if you get to the Senate and the National Assembly, the House of Reps, you see that we have actually a sandwiched a couple of persons who are from different political parties. This government have, voices from other political party other than the previous government. When our leader, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, came up in 1999, it was not PDP that won all elections. There were different political parties that won elections. But how did they fare? Even Ashwaju was a member of AD. AD. He was not a PDP man. Now, today, he's on the throne, and we have other political parties involved. Now, what we need to do, as you are out there, we need to collaborate and then find the best solution, find the best way, one, to help the government of the day towards the right direction, to pave way for people, for the right people to come in place. I remember when Buhari was on board, the youths went up to him. And when the youths went, he told them to wait. Let him finish first. Are you getting me? And that was what brought about the idea of Emilokon, because he was there in the beginning when they were planning that after Buhari, he will come in. Then the youths came, and Buhari wants to turn his face to the youths. This man has to shout. We have not finished. He's left. So we need to work out the modality to get this done. I have it all, in me. I've written some, only waiting for when to push them either into journals or where to present them physically. We need to engage. It is our country. We must make it better. If we continue to, there's what in my language you say, that is, if a cobra is lying down there, you don't shake it, you don't frighten it. It will wake up, and of course, it will come. So, allow the sleeping dog to lie. Then we play what we call naive realism. Flow with the fool and get him to the point where you can, take your leave and do what you need to do. These are lots of powers that we need to apply to work with. We as it is now, our people are suffering. And if the president of the country is not stable, the people will continue to suffer because he will not have their attention. He will be distracted. That is what I feel.
The people need to wake up and kick him out. That's what they need. Get him out of the way. Because it's a problem.
In order to get him out, like you said,
yes,
the people need to feed well. If they don't feed well, they won't have that strength to do that.
It's up to the people of Nigeria because they will never feed well. Because
now, have you read the statement of Zamfara state government who said that the people, the downtrodden, the lumpen proletariat are not united as much as the rich and the elites.
Yeah, that was a Sule
That
Lamido. Yeah, I heard him. Yeah.
is good. That is that. Look at a statement coming out from a governor's mouth.
Yes, that's sad.
And it's quite annoying.
Yes.
It's quite annoying. And I tell you, even where you bring intellectuals together and you burrow into that statement, you see it takes place, it will hold. Except ASU that will rise up and say no. But now, when ASU rise up and criticize issues, ASU doesn't fight only for themselves. They fight also for other issues in the country. And that's why you find out that they have, government doesn't like listening to them. Because the government feel that ASU is encroaching into areas they are not supposed to encroach to. No, but these are academics. These are people who should put the right direction to the country. Where the intellectuals say, this is where we should go, that is where we should go. Where the intellectuals say, this is how it should be, that is how it should be. Because before ASU will say anything, ASU has carried out proper scrutiny, proper investigation of what it is before they go all out. But they will not agree with them because they know that that is not what they want. And so it has eaten into our fabric. The most annoying thing now is the level at which the biggest or the highest insecurity that is in Nigeria today is the devaluation of the Naira. Before, I'll go to Cotonou with 100,000. I can come back from Cotonou with 3 cars with 100,000. It's not possible now. Even the Cameroonians here are laughing at us because we have 1,000 francs is to like 1,700 naira as it is today. You see? So the devaluation of the naira is to what end? That is the level of insecurity. If you can tell me where is the ratio, what economic parameters is used to devalue the naira? What economic parameters? We have good Nigerians who are out there working and sweating it out. We need you people to come home and join us. Let us work. We can, as it is right now, one of our shortcomings is lack of funds. Lack of funds. If I want to gather 5 million Nigerian youths today, I can do that. If I say 5 million Nigerian youths should come out on a rampage, they will come out.
But you have to pay.
And they will come out if that is what you want to see. If we say, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this must stop.
Yes.
But you see, these youths will make efforts to come out from their various villages. You know how turbulent Nigerian villages are. And then they will come. At the end of the day, when you bring them like that, you have not conscientized them on the need to take up their country, on the need to stand by what is right, on the need to go with hunger, like ASU will go without food. For the past, in the last 8 months of the previous years, salaries were taken up to this moment. It has not been given. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu can reason and say, oh, these are my citizens, this injustice that was meted to them, pay their salaries, people will clap out for him, but that does not justify who he is or put him in the whatsoever. But then, what does Ahmed Tinubu need today? All he wanted to be is president. And he has become that president. The best he can do for his life, the atonement he can make for all his sins or atrocities in the world, is to put Nigeria in the right pedestal. And I want to beg all those advisors who are around him to advise him well. Because
advise him well.
If they do not do that, he cannot. Femi Gbajabiamila, he have to do that. You have to be a good chief of staff and sound the right note. It is not by, looking at people who are from your political parties and all that. Of Nigeria, you are not president of APC. All Nigerians who have won election on whatever platform, they did not win the election to rule their political parties. They won election for Nigerian people. And there were people who were not in those political parties to have voted for them. Whether they bought their way by vote buying or whatsoever, they are now in government. That is the most important thing. They are now in government. Let them do the needful. So, I am ready to go to war with you if you two are ready for it. And I want to beg you, I know that you are an Igbo man.
No, I'm not an Igbo man. How did you come about that?
If you are from Delta.
But I will not reject. If you call me Igbo, call me Hausa.
Are you not a car? Are you not a car?
I'm an Ika person. Good.
Yes. An Ika man is a typical Igbo man. Okay. The Igbo it's good. If you to let you know that I know Nigeria very well. And if you want to get the best source, then look for me. The Ika, the Igbos originated from that end. The Onitsha people coming from that. You have an Uchubo, you have an Uchubi, isn't it? You have Obulu, you have Ozobulu. Ozobulu is in Anambra State. Onitsha is in Anambra State. But you have Obuluno, Obulu, whatsoever, all are in Delta State. These are they all are they not cars? So the Igbos cut across that when you look at the history and whatever it is. So you and I need to come back together. It is not by way of dividing the country. That will not help us in any way. We will continue to fight and fight and fight. Look at the children of Israel. They are still fighting and fighting. Because of little divisions here and there. In as much as we will, condemn any act of taking life, we need to reason. Even among scientists who don't believe that there is God, I know something tells them that there is one globe. There is one globe. And all of us need to live in complementarism. In complementarism with each other to make the globe work.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Or else the earth will stop revolving round the sun at its orbit. Yes, but as long as it continues to rotate, then it means that if it touch you, it touch me.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
A little to the right, a little to the left.
Right. Yeah, okay, we shall get there, but we must work towards it, because that is what. Because the problem I've seen with especially those who lead Nigeria at the highest level is that they don't understand the implication of citizenship and nationhood. like Buhari came to lead Nigeria. He came to lead Nigeria from the prism of a Fulani man, bringing Fulani culture to bear on the diversity called Nigeria. He doesn't know better than doing things the hard way. And all of us are not hard people. We are tolerant people. We give opportunity to exchange views, exchange love, exchange ideas. But some of these extremists come with this pro attitude to hold Nigeria down, and that's the same thing this rogue president of yours is doing. He's leading Nigeria from the prism of his Yoruba nationalism, and it's not going to work.
Now you see. You see,
they did the election.
Let me tell you something. Yes. Let me tell you something. I want to say something here.
Go ahead.
America today is a conglomeration of all nations in the world.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Nigeria is equally a conglomeration of many villages or many tribes that have been put together, whether by hook or crook, by error or by God's design. We are now Nigerians.
Yes, and
we saw the civil war. It came and passed.
That was not a civil war. That was genocide.
Good. Whatever it was.
Yes.
Whatever it was, today we have a nation called Nigeria, and we must learn to appreciate it and channel it towards the right direction.
We have a country. We don't have a nation, because there's a difference between a nation and a country. A nation is a people who have accepted one another for who they are, and they are ready to roll it together.
Good. I want to tell you, I want to prove to you that we have even gone beyond that in accepting one another. As I am a Benue man.
Yes.
My wife is an Igbo woman.
Very good. And
I am a nationalist. That. My wife is an Igbo woman.
Very good.
My younger sister is married to a Kanuri man.
Great.
My other sister again is married to a Nupe man.
Great.
Are you getting me?
That's what it's supposed to be.
If you want to, there are so many Nigerians today. We have intertribal marriages. Igbo marry Yoruba, Yoruba marry Igbo, Hausa marry Igbo, and vice versa. How do you tear this body apart?
But some people want to tear it.
We have come together.
Some people want to tear it. Some people want
Let
to
us
impose.
We will identify those people. We will identify those people and take them out. We will identify those people and take them out.
Very good.
Let us not preach. Let us not preach tribalism. Let us preach. We have Nigeria, either as a country or as a nation, as you try to differentiate it. We have a country, whether it's in existing or not.
Absolutely.
If you read, if you read Chinua Achebe's book, There Was a Country, you will also know what I'm trying to say. So we have a country, whether it's a country or it's a nation. At this moment, we are existing in a country or a nation or people who are tribalized and came together, but we are together. We are being led by one president. Whether he came in by hook or crook, he is our president. All we need to do is that all of us need to join hands to do the needful. I'm a lecturer. I should teach well, teach my students. The soldier should do his soldiering well. The policeman should police well. The market woman should market well. The central bank governor should stop stealing our money. The ministers should stop stealing our money. And all that. If everybody will do his bid, then we have a country. We have a constitution, whether that constitution is half-baked or the other. But we know how that constitution came because of the military, exchange of power here and there. I remember when you asked Mr. Effiong a question on, how states were created. Of course, I've seen what you posted. I was there live to see what happened. Now, when you ask of that, how states were created and local governments were created through military fiat. And that is why you could have some people, who are from one lineage living in another local government or in another state. We have that all around. But we don't have to kill our military for that. Our military men did the needful. They did what they could do. I want to stand here and praise the Nigerian military to have led this country to the point at which it is today. Yes, there are a few flaws here and there, but come to think of it, the way and manner our political gladiators are carrying the country, I don't think they have done any better than the military people. When the military were on board, I could remember Sam Mbakwe in 1980.
When you talk about, hold on, because we're about to round up. I will let you have that the last talk. When you talk about this military, they are Nigerians, right? They are not aliens. We don't.
Yes.
Send them like they're from another planet. They are aliens, but for the most part of what they did with their military fiat, there were people from other who were in that same military, whatever armed forces ruling council, and they were watching them create states out of states, and there's some states were left the way they were. The new states had more new local government area than the one that has always been existing. Take for instance Lagos. Take for instance Bender, Delta. It has been the same. And then they create this. They have created states after those states. They didn't.
For want of time, let me help you out there.
In the country. So
for want of time, let me help you out there.
Yeah. No. I have not finished the point. The point is that there are all these other military men from other parts of the country where this injustice were perpetrated, and they kept quiet. The same way the representatives today from the political arrangement, once they give them money, they let everything flow. They are not there to represent anybody's interest. So it continues to go on and on and on. If I was in the army, I was at a high command level where these decisions were to be made, and you create a Jigawa state out of Kano state. You make Jigawa has a 44 local government, Kano has a 33, whatever it is now. And then I'm from Delta. You did not create something like that to make the whole thing work. No, we are not going to have that state created. We will shoot up the place if that's what we have to do for the whole people.
Okay. So now you see, that is where you are getting it wrong. Let me tell you. That is where you are getting it. That's where you are getting it wrong. Good. I will tell you. When there's what we call the power of lobbying. The power of lobbying, when you are lobbying your superiors.
To lobby to make a Nigeria good.
I'm coming, please. It is very, 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 it's very, very necessary.
All right.
Even in Godism, there is lobbying. Remember, the woman who came, mother of James and John, came to Jesus and asked Jesus to allow his children or her children, one to sit on her left and the other on his right. Although Jesus answered her that is not his place to give. Are you getting me? So, lobbying is not from here. Lobbying started even from heaven. Okay?
But why you always making reference to this Bible? Bible is not the global constitution. It's not the constitution of the world.
We are talking about Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria, and Nigeria holds the Bible.
Give the Nigerian example. You know, if you
good,
give
I'm coming to that.
I'm coming to the Bible and Quran. I don't think it's going to help us.
Okay, I'm coming to that.
That was what the Bible.
Now you see,
by us, it was written and given to us.
It's okay. It's okay.
Indoctrinate.
But
okay,
they use it. They use the same Bible. They use the same Bible to colonize us. They use the same Bible to colonize us. It is the Bible that was used to colonize us. That we are suffering today. That we are suffering today is because of the use of the Bible.
Yes.
You and I know that when the white man came,
the Bible, the same thing they do the Quran to lie. Arabs, do you know? Are you aware? You are a historian. The Arabs enslaved Africans for.
I'm not a historian.
Years.
I'm a philosopher.
Okay, but you know that history. That the Arabs enslaved Africans for 700 years. The white man enslaved the same African for 400 years. You are talking about 1,100 years of captivity in the hands of these two people that have turned our continent into a battle.
Yes, when you get the right direction. When you get the right direction.
Yes.
When you get the right direction, it doesn't matter. Today, those people you mentioned 400 or how many years ago, thousands of years, did not use the phone like you and I are using it now. Did not use artificial intelligence. The only artificial intelligence they had was their mind. And until Alan Turing, Gilbert, and all others who worked and brought about, artificial intelligence came on board, we can now speak to each other and see each other, millions of miles away. So when the right time comes, the needful will be done. But let me come to that, your question. That question is premised on the fact that you don't look at your superiors and give them the impression that you are not loyal. That aspect will never make you gain anything. Even your rights will be taken away from you. Even your right.
Nobody has the right to take a right from you except you give it up to them. So
nations in the world have taken it. In reading Julius Caesar, in reading the book Julius Caesar, we saw it with Brutus. We saw it with Brutus, that Brutus, as close as he was with Caesar, until they took the life of Caesar, he never made Caesar to suspect him. Until when he had to stab Caesar, then Caesar said, "Eh, tu Brutus." You see that? So convert that. If you must look in our Nigeria today, it is not that way. If you look at your leader to his face and tell him that you have big nose, you will never get what you want.
Well,
so that is it. There should have been, even when they saw that, oh, they gave much to the north, they didn't give much to the south. Take the back door. Go and talk to the leader. Leader, look at this. Is it not that you should give me some more? I know you have given me some, but let me have some more. Abraham took Sarah. Sarah asked Abraham to take on Hagar. And when God saw it, God said, "Why did you do this? You should have asked me. If you had asked me, I would have given you more wives." He didn't ask. So that is one thing. But when you look at it and say, these people, then there is a problem. Are you getting me? And until we get rid of it. Now, there are nations in Nigeria, sub-nations, who do not understand politics.
No,
politics.
Let's not go there, because when we're in Nigeria, okay, let's speak, because those are discriminatory. We can't get anywhere with that mindset. That is why we're having a big problem in Nigeria. You know, when we say a nation, because I follow the presidential campaigns, when people were making one kind of reference or the other, like what Kwankwaso said, I guess that was why he was so fatally, rejected. You know, his very derogatory and arrogant statement about Igbos don't know how to play politics. Do Igbos need to know how to play politics, or Nigerians have to play politics? Why are we not talking about Nigerians instead of talking about this tribal thing? And you were there too. A statement credited to Muhammadu Buhari when he described the Igbos, the Igbo, that southeast part of Nigeria, as a dot in a circle with no exit. No president of the United States or a presidential candidate of the United States will say that and win an election. No sitting president in the United States or London, UK will say it and stay in office for more than 24 hours. But he did it. Some people celebrated him, and it was like, no problem. It continues. And what has happened since then? You are aware, living witness, how the Igbos were, Oba of Lagos started doing Oro that they do in the night. He started doing it in the daytime in order to scare some people from voting. What kind of a country is that? And you say we have a country? No, I disagree with you. And this is part of the reason why I am advancing a cause for open Nigeria. Yeah. Well, I don't. Yeah, we have an.
We have a country. What you should be fighting for? What should you be fighting for? A united Nigeria. You'll be fighting for a united Nigeria.
We must be united from the heart, beyond the rhetoric. Because what we have is a rhetorical Nigeria. We don't have the real Nigeria. We don't have an organic Nigeria. And that is why I'm advancing a cause for open Nigeria. A Nigeria where you can be in Sokoto, nobody will come and start questioning you about where you are because you say something about Muhammad or you say something about Allah. And then somebody will start taking the dagger and be killing you, taking laws into his hand in a country that has a constitution. What kind of country is that? No, we should not. We have gone past the stage of. Yeah,
but you see, oftentimes, when certain statements are made that brings some agitations and all that, they are tailored towards religious lines. They are tailored towards religious lines,
my brother,
and that has, been on for so many times in the country, and it's not helping us.
It's not
helping
but for me,
as far as I'm concerned, as far as this country is concerned, all I need is the unity of purpose, the unity of the country. And if we come together as a people and recognize our country and say this is our country and that we must make it better, then we'll be able to sit down to decide the right way and manner to lead the country. We'll be able to identify the right people or the right personalities to lead the country. It is high time that within our time that we are alive, we see the country changing rather for the better. I feel bitter in the sense that I lived in a time when the country was good. I have lived in a time when the country, His Excellency Mr. Effiong has, said here that with 500 naira, his first trip to Europe. We was with 500 naira. You know what that 500 naira is? I don't know how much it is in American cent. How much cent or how much is it?
It's not,
500 naira. So what has changed? So you see it. And now, if you have 2 million naira, you can't even fly to America or to Europe with 2 million naira. Okay? So, we need to join together to salvage our country. We need to be positive in seeing that we have a country that our children yet unborn will come on board to enjoy. We need to have a country whereby people who are living abroad will start coming back home and feeling that, yes, I'm feeling proud of the fact that that is our country. We are coming down there. And I want to use this opportunity to enjoin all Nigerians, wherever they are, that our youths are playing, are hitting it out there in the Nations Cup, that they should cheer them up in a patriotic spirit. They should cheer our Super Eagles to fly very high and come back with the cup. And I equally will want to let the Minister of Education, Sports, know that when Christian Chukwu, Emmanuel Okala, and the like in their team in the 1979 or thereabout, when they won the Nation Cup, they were given houses. They were given houses in Lagos. That was a motivative factor. That motivated Nigerian youths to see that this football that we play and leisure about, someone can make fortune from it. That is it. We have good players, but our players, because there are conspiracies against Nigeria, in order that Nigeria will not be seen as a great country, they go and bring people who are playing in Europe to come and play for Nigeria. Whereas you can harvest the best legs here. And those people who want to be patriotic, they want to see that they find their way out and will win laurels for Nigeria. So it is high time to think Nigeria. As it is today, Nigeria is producing original made in Nigeria product among the Catholic priests called the National Missionaries of St. Paul. They are original MSP. They are sent abroad. They are all out there helping in the missions in the world. They have not disappointed Nigerians. Those of you who are out there, I want to urge you, Nigerians in America, Nigerians in Europe, Nigerians anywhere in the world, in China and all that, know that your root is here. Like the Israelis will sing their song by the rivers of Babylon. And it says, if I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand wither. So also, wherever you are, if you forget Nigeria, wherever Nigerians are, let us lift the green, white, green high. It is our country. We die here.
Great. It was such an amazing moment with you. I'm so happy that you joined us and you had a fair share of your time. I'm going to bring you back to our program so we can talk about some more serious national issues, because Nigerian issue, they finish plenty well, and we need to start talking about them and talk about them very honestly and passionately. I really very much appreciate your high sense of patriotism, and and we need more people like you speaking, and let's speak to the real heart of the issues that are central to our problems. Nigeria has so much problem, a country that is so endowed with everything. We shouldn't be where we are by any reason, for any reason. Well, there's no reason. Nigeria is not a poor country. Africa is not a poor country.
No.
Yeah,
No.
our poverty, regardless of the conspiracy that we talk about, has a root in who we are, how we're administering the country, how do we look at our country, the type of leadership that we choose deliberately, collecting money to choose criminals as leaders who erect
and followership too. When you follow bad followership, bad followership.
Yeah, it's the great problem. So thank you very much for coming up, and we look forward to seeing you.
Can I make a request? I hope I'll have a recorded copy of this.
Oh yes.
I don't know.
Oh yes.
Good.
It's right here. It's recorded live as we are speaking on YouTube, on Facebook, and anywhere. I'll send you the link. If you are not connected to YouTube, you see it. It's going to be there forever for unborn generations of Nigerians to see, to watch. And this is the reason what we do. We tell the history that Nigeria is not teaching her children in her school. I'm aware that they have taken off. They are no longer teaching history in Nigerian schools. Is that not sad?
Yeah, I would like us to talk on Nigerian education.
Oh yes, yeah. We certainly some other time. Thank you very much for coming up. I appreciate you. And you have a good evening from here. I know it's good night where you are. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. Okay, bye-bye. All right, take care. Yes, fellow Nigerians, you heard. Africans, whatever we talk about Nigeria, we talk about Africa by extension. You heard these two gentlemen talk about the issues that we are dealing with, security situation, really very challenging issue with Nigerian security, from their own perspective. And looking at the trajectory of what is taking place since independence, these things did not start just today. It's where we are is a product of years of disunity, a country that was established on a very wrong, very divisive foundation. And when there was a coup, and some people read a different meaning, a different connotation, and that has become generational. They keep recycling that lie that the first coup was an Igbo coup. How will an Igbo, the whole of Igbo, sit down together and plan a coup? That upset the whole of Nigeria. They did not look at who said the first wrong thing that he should not have said. I'm talking about Ahmadu Bello, who said that the Igbos, he made a hate speech, through an English BBC reporter. The guy was bewildered, hearing him make that speech. The people don't talk about those narratives, when they talk about a coup that was a purely military affair, as they call it, an Igbo coup. That is where we are now. So what about all the other coups that took place afterwards that were all Fulanis? So why did they not kill all Fulanis, innocent Fulanis, that they murdered over 5 million Igbos in the end? All right. And I feel sad to hear young Nigerians who were not born, even at that, some 20 years old, recycling this false narrative about what actually did not happen. Yes, there was Nigerian army. There was no Igbo army. It was a Nigerian army. Some people plan coup. When you are in the army, you plan coup. You plan a coup. A coup is a very risky thing because it costs life. If you are caught, you are dying. You are going to die. It's a treasonous affair, by that standard, to topple the government of a country. All right. And then people come and say it was an Igbo coup. For the sake of those who are in doubt, because everything we do is evidence-based. We don't go and cook up stories. So Nigerians, hear this from a leader, a very powerful leader, a very great orator, said this about his country right at independence, not just yesterday, right at independence.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions, coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, I mean, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
That was a Nigerian leader. That was a Nigerian leader at independence. And you see how arrogant he was. And people were watching these speeches. Which Nigerian then, now especially which Nigerian at this time should be proud of this, being part of this type of Nigeria with this arrogant disposition? And a man, a leader who has a good sense of leadership and economics should be forward-looking, should be proactive, should be able to do things that can create jobs, so that when those students, people of his who will turn out from their various learning institutions, will have places to work. They were retarded, they were static, they were hateful. The hate for the Igbo man started a long time ago. And it started from this man, Ahmadu Bello. He was the one who fired the first shot into the brain box of Nigeria that destroyed the country and has made her dysfunctional to the state it is right now. Now today, the Igbos never went to any village in Nigeria to occupy it by using the force of arms. Today, what are we seeing all over Nigeria? People shooting up. And who are those people shooting? It's Othman Danfodio, descendants, and their followers. Yes, I'm not saying all Fulanis. This particular species of the people doing what they are doing in Nigeria are the descendants of Othman Danfodio and his followers, the followers of his violent and hateful message. And this is the people we must stop from coming to power in Nigeria. They are all over the place. They have compromised our army. They have compromised everything. They have destroyed our economy. They have destroyed everything. We cannot fold our arms and let them continue to wreck Nigeria because we want peace. The only way we can make peace is to be quiet and that they are killing the people of Nigeria. No, every group in Nigeria, since we don't have a government, has a right to rise up in self-defense. Self-defense is a scientific, it's a biological, and mental, spiritual, and a doctrine. Yes, when you are under assault, when you are threatened, you have right to self-defense. So now they are building all these armies, building an army in Nasarawa. All right, from what an Hausa young man just sent me a message right now, that the army that they are raising in Nasarawa, they are all Fulanis. Yes, Madam Danfodio children. Yes, they are all Fulanis. No Hausa in there, no other ethnic group in there. You are telling me, Dr. Sule, he lived in Houston here. His family is still here in Houston. I have met him a couple of times. Yes, so this is what he did not learn anything from the United States. So he's a typical those Jim Crow elitist Fulanis who want to seize Nigeria by all means. No, we say no to them. If you are listening to me from anywhere in Nigeria, if you're one of those stupid governors from whatever part of Nigeria you are, that will sit idly by and allow your people to be slaughtered because you want to be a good politician, we are telling you now, the people will arise against you. Nigerians, your governors, go and start holding them accountable. They collect security votes that they don't account for to anybody. Go and start with them to demand why you are insecure. Yes. So everybody has to do his job. You have a right to your life. You have a right to choice. You have the right of freedom of expression, right of freedom of association, right of worship, and right to self-determination. Every man, according to Bob Marley, has a right to decide his destiny. Yes. So it will be very foolish of anybody in the state of Nigeria right now to sit down and allow some bastards come and slaughter them. And then you wait for a government that does not exist and an army that has been compromised and an army that will not rise to the occasion. A people who have so arrogant, they want to ruin Nigeria and take Nigeria. They hold all positions, strategic institutions. They kill and not look back. They don't care about Nigeria. They don't care about the sensitivity of other Nigerians. They don't give a damn about anything Nigeria. They want to control. They are driven by finance, economics. They are driven by finance, economics, power, politics. No. We must stop this nonsense now in Nigeria. Nobody has a monopoly of violence. As much as we want peace, you have a right to self-defense when you're attacked. And nobody, if you are waiting, Nigerians, nobody is going to do it for you. It is we that we must do it for us. I know there are a lot of good Fulani people. I work very closely with some Fulani. So I'm doing what I'm doing purely on the basis of my Nigerianness. We don't care where you come from. We don't care the tribe you represent. We don't care whatever religion you represent. We believe that if you're a good man of God, a good child of God, you must do the work of God the way God wants it. God did not authorize any group or anybody to kill anybody for any reason. So if you think you can kill, there are people who will resist. And this is what Nigerians need right now. If we don't do it, there'll be no hope for these children. If we don't do it, there'll be no future for these children. It is left for us to defend Nigeria. It's not about anything. We must rise to the occasion. There is no government. There is no army. There is no police. The DSS work for the terrorists. They work for the oil thieves. They don't work for the interests of Nigeria. They work to keep the Hausa people in perpetual slavery. And we say no. That is what. If you are an Hausa person, you've heard now what is going on. It's not about religion. Anybody who kills you and comes back to tell you that we are one because you are Muslim is not a good Muslim to you. It's an enemy. You must rise up against them. Wherever you are, use your number. Use everything you have. The people of Nigeria must rise up to end this evil in Nigeria. It is only we Nigerians that can end it, not they. deciding for us. I tumble for the Igbos who have been holding tight where they are. It is because of the Igbos that Nigeria still exists. If not for the Igbos, Nigeria would have been overrun. How can you imagine somebody left Sokoto? He crossed where? He crossed Kano. He crossed Abuja to make a statement in Lagos. Yes, and at the same time, they are raising an army in Nasarawa State. Nigerians, you should not be so fucking stupid.
To idan muka koma Najeriya, a yau ne kungiyar Fulani ta miyatta Allah kautal hore ta ƙasa ta kaddamar da kungiyar wato 'yan sa kai domin taimakawa jami'an tsaro wajen inganta tsaro a jihar Nasarawa da ƙasar baki ɗaya. Kungiyar dai ta ce tuni ta tantance mutane sama da 2,000 a jihar ta Nasarawar. Alhaji Bello Abdullahi Bodejo shine shugaban kungiyar, ga kuma ƙarin bayanin da yawa Abdu Halilu.
Aikin wa'annan 'yan banga da suke da suna nomadic vigilante za su haɗa kai tare da jami'an tsaro, soja da 'yan sanda da kuma DSS a nemi wanda ake nema cikin laluma ba tare da an kashe wanda bai ci ba bai gani ba. Wannan shine dalili.
Kungiyar taku ta samu amincewa gwamnatin tarayya?
Muna fata ta samu amincewar gwamnatin tarayya ko kuma hukumomin tsaro, domin saboda mu abin da muke gani da cewa taimaka ma gwamnatin kanta za mu yi, kuma za mu taimaka wa gwamnonin Najeriya ne akan wannan abin da muka ɗauko. Suka ma a Nasarawa mun yanke hukunci za mu kaddamar da mutum 4,000, amma yanzu muna da data wanda muka tantance mutum 2,140. To kaga gidajen da aka ɗauko wa'annan mutane har 2,000 ya nuna da cewa mun san ina ne gidajen suke, kuma mun san da cewa a watakila da akwai wahala ya zamanto wanda muka sa ya kasance akwai ɗan ta'adda a cikin gidansu ya bari. To muna fata gwamnatin tarayya ta fice mu, gwamnoni su fahimce mu, haka zalika jami'an tsaro su fahimce mu, taimakawa ƙasar nan muke so mu yi. Mun fara da jihar Nasarawa, ina fata nan da wata 6 duk wani al'amari wanda yake faruwa a jihar Nasarawa ba za a sake jin shi ba insha Allah.
Idan kuka samu mai laifi, ko za ku mishi hukunci ko kuma za ku ba hukumomi na ƙasa ne su musu hukunci?
Wannan ba mun ɗauki mutane ne kara zube ba, mun ɗauko mutane haɗa da jami'an tsaro da kuma waɗanda suka yi ritaya daga ayyukan ɗan sanda da soja su koyarwa mutane. Ba ma buƙatar aje ana kashe mutum ko da ma ɓarawo ne. Ai yana ɗaya daga cikin dalilin da ya sa muka kafa bangar. Ana kama mutum ba a yin bincike aje a kashe shi. Mu ba za mu yi haka ba, za mu ga wayar ma yaran Fulani kai idan aka samu mai laifi babu duka babu zagi a miƙa shi ga jami'an tsaro su yi bincike har in aka tabbatar da laifin mutum a gabatar da shi gaban kotu.
Su annan jami'ai na ku 'yan sa kai na Fulani suna da makamai ne ko za su amfani da sanduna ne kawai?
Dama ba Fulatani an san shi da sanda, amma kuma wajibi ne za mu tashi mu nema musu makamai wanda dokan ƙasa ta yadda da cewa wanda ya tashi zai iya taimakawa, wanda zai iya rikewa. Wato dai a takaice dole mu samar musu abinda duk doka ya sa na da dokan ƙasa ta yadda da shi cewa su rike, za mu nema musu wannan.
Ita wannan kungiya taku menene za ta yi sabo wajen gudanar da aikinta wanda zai bambanta da na sauran kungiyoyi da suka gabata shekara da shekaru?
Zan tabbatar da cewa ba tare da an samu ƴan ɓata gari a cikinta ba, kuma har su Bello Turji ko ina suke za mu kirawo su ba tare da ɓata lokaci ba, su taho domin su haɗa kai tare da jami'an tsaro a ƙasa a gera ƙasa, ba tsaftace tsakaninmu mu gyara sunan da aka lalata mana a Najeriya.
Alhaji Bello Abdullahi Bodejo, shugaban kungiyar wato Fulani ta miyatta Allah kautal hore ta ƙasa.
Nigerians, yes, we are at a very dangerous
idan muka
moment.
koma Najeriya a yau ne.
Seriously dangerous. So is building this army and the police is involved. I see some soldiers out there shaking hands with what I believe is an illegal army, no matter what the intention is. In a country that has no government, lawlessness everywhere. And if people are celebrating this, why are they vilifying the ESN in the southeast that was raised to curtail the menace of the Fulani herdsmen in forest across Nigeria? that are bothering, kidnapping people and killing, raping, and robbing the people there. Yes. Why are they now rising up? Yes, there have been allegations against Mieti Allah as being part of those who sponsor terrorism in Nigeria. Instead of them answering, then they came out to take responsibility for some of the killings in Benue. So why right now suddenly? And what is are they going to be restricted to Nasarawa State or what? I'm not hearing that some say that they have branches across Nigeria. Are they not the same headsmen that are killing our people in the forest that they want to recruit officially and give them a uniform, give them an authority to finish off the people of Nigeria? This is nonsense that must not be accepted by the people of Nigeria. Anyway, Nigeria, we have told you, you have right to self-defense. So you go everywhere in your land, all the stupid governors in whatever they say, the south or middle belt of Nigeria, you must rise up to the occasion now. Because when these people do things, they don't care about how anybody feels. They go and have their way anyway, and they do whatever they want. So why should the rest of Nigeria be afraid of standing up and doing what they need to do to protect their own people? We do have that right. We do have the right to self-determination.
Park in Ojota, Lagos State, on 21st October 2023 by Professor Isa Maishanu of the Othman Danfodio University, Sokoto. The declaration was essentially a resolution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, adopted at a meeting held in Saudi Arabia on the same day, 21st October 2023. As observed from the video, Professor Maishanu was reading from his cell phone, suggesting that the document had been received over the internet. While we agree that Professor Maishanu and the various groups he represented have a freedom of expression, we urge caution in the exercise of that freedom, especially ensuring that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is not breached. It amounts to a violation of the Constitution for any individual or groups of individuals to seek to draw Nigeria into an international conflict based on religious affiliations. That the resolution read by Professor Maishanu at Freedom Park was from the OIC should have cautioned the respected professor from calling on the federal government to take sides with one party in a conflict that has assumed an evident religious posture. It is in the open that Arab nations generally support Hamas based clearly on religious affiliations, which is why the OIC met on the issue and produced their resolution. We are compelled to state that based on Section 10 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which states that, and I quote, the government of the federation or of a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. The resolution of the OIC is not binding on Nigeria, on its people, or on its government. Nigeria is not a theocratic state, and no attempt should be made to create that impression. According to our laws, religion is personal. Section 38, paragraph 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended guarantees the freedom of religious convictions for its citizens. We are surprised that the group represented by the professor, who traveled all the way from Sokoto to Lagos for the purpose of the declaration, expresses horror at the genocide taking place in faraway Palestine, yet has been curiously silent all these years at the greater horror of a genocide being perpetrated by insurgents against Nigerians in states such as Borno, Adamawa, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and Kaduna against the Hausa people and other minorities. Thousands upon thousands of those people have been murdered by bandits, yet there has not been one protest from Professor Maishanu's group. Charity, they say, begins at home. How come the charity of this group is starting in Palestine? Are Palestinian lives more precious than Nigerian lives? We wish to alert southern Nigeria, particularly the Yoruba people of the southwest, to beware of religious irredentists sneaking into the region to ferment their intolerance. The Yoruba people will usually say that they do not adopt religion with insanity. The mishandling of religion in certain parts of Nigeria, which has had disastrous consequences, should not be imported into Yoruba land or anywhere else in the country. We kindly implore Afenifere, the respected leadership group of the Yoruba people, and other community leaders in Nigeria to take note of what is going on. This issue should not be taken lightly. The group that organized the declaration has its roots in Sokoto. They did not stop in Kano to make the declaration. They bypassed Kaduna, went past the federal capital territory of Abuja before making a landfall in Lagos. To also strongly urge the federal government of Nigeria to promptly redefine its existing international and diplomatic alliances in line with their private religious position. Such declarations should be interrogated to expose their real intention. May we ask, what is being cooked for Nigerians? The Yorubas will rightly say that they do not mix religion with insanity. In Yoruba land, the constitution is upheld. The society is commendably free from religious intolerance. Many families and family extensions there have Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists. Should descendants of Oduduwa now begin to kill one another over religious differences? Should the Benis take up arms against the Igbos or the Biroms against the Sekiris? We wish to remind Nigerians that every effort must be made to douse the fire of religious extremism in the country. The horrors that Nigeria has witnessed since 2009, when insurgency started, should be eliminated rather than promoted. All religious irredentists bent on violating the Constitution should be called to order. The federal government should treat as an act of treason every violation of Section 10 and Section 38, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution. On the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. I say it again, on the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. That was clear in the message that the federal government sent to the global community and to the parties in the conflict. No section of Nigeria is more Nigerian than all the others. Nigerians are still watching very keenly. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes, arise, O compatriots. Nigeria calls obey. We need an open Nigeria that will be accessible to the people of Nigeria. Here are the men who gave Nigeria up eventually. They were the ones who could have prevented the calamity, the disaster we are seeing that is about to completely destroy our country. Here, infamous, greedy, corrupt service chiefs. They had a moment, they had a glorious opportunity to write their names in gold, but no. They went for bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, and 36 soldiers. Now, I ask them, if Nigeria catches fire tomorrow, where would they ride there? Where would they hide? The very unpatriotic citizens. And sadly, one of them is from my place. I'm so disappointed. This is how bad things have gotten in Nigeria. But you know what? We must end this rat race. Everybody who loves Nigeria, you are an Igbo, you are a Fulani, you are a Hausa, you are a Beram, you are Igede, you are a Doma, you are Ika, you are Wane, you are Robo, Siokiri, Yoruba, whatever you are, Anga, Steve, you must come together and get Nigeria going. It is our country, and there's nothing we can do but fight this Armageddon.
One more thing! Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. So when the man comes, there will be no doom. Have pity on those whose chances grow thin. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Saying, one love, what about the...
Yes, it's been such a great, wow, I can't believe 4 hours sitting here serving Nigeria. It's great, it's worth it. And, with these great men and women listening to us from within Nigeria and around the world, please do share our message. I know it's a very long broadcast. We're going to cut them in bits and pieces. So people who did not have the opportunity of seeing how it all started will have an opportunity to have insight into it and perhaps go into the full message and hear. Very packed, very rich. So we can, as we look for a way to end this madness that is going on in our country, now in the hands of this crooked. Yes, special thanks to the Kaduna Young Journalists Association who gave me an award, the Nationalist the Year award for 2023. I'm so appreciative on behalf of Open Nigeria and my family and everybody who loves what I do. I dedicate this, and also to Arewa Youth Council, who gave me Icon of Peace, Nation Builders in 2023. I'm so appreciative. It makes one feel, really happy to see that little we are doing to, help our country get out of hate and ignorance is really seriously being appreciated. We don't owe anybody any apologies for what we do, that we do right, because we believe we are doing what is right for our country. And so whoever doesn't like what we are doing, well, we are so sorry for you, and we encourage you to do a serious introspection, especially those who have been lied to, especially those on the north of Nigeria that have been lied to so much about Nigeria by their fake leaders who thrive on suppressing and repressing them for their own survival. It's time, rise up against those people who call themselves northern political elders. They don't represent your interest. They see people killing you, they turn their faces and ears the other way. People who love you will not do that to you. They don't belong to your religion. They are hypocrites. Stand up and rise up against them. Break down the evil of feudalism in the north of Nigeria. Set yourselves free, because you are captives. I'm speaking especially to the Hausa people. You must make a distinction between being disrespected, abused, and criminally neglected, and religion. Yes, you can still be the best Muslim you can be, but you must not take nonsense from anybody who says he's a Muslim like you, but is killing you, sending militias after you. They are seizing your farms, they are raping your women, they are disturbing you and making life hell for you on earth. They don't have any right to do so. You have no business being around them. Chart a new course and come into the mainstream of Nigeria. You Hausa people, you are the ones that I'm speaking with. And all other oppressed people, including oppressed Fulanis, who are being oppressed by their political elites, who arm them to disorder Nigeria for political, financial, and economic gains. They are not doing you any good. They have their houses in Saudi Arabia. They have in Dubai. They have in South Africa. They have in London. But you are there. They call you Fulani Ndaji. No, there's nobody who is supposed to be a Fulani Ndaji in 2023. We're in the 21st century. If they so much love you, they should build more universities for animal husbandry, because that is your area of specialization, and put some more Fulanis into the University of Animal Husbandry, so know how to breed cattle in using the 21st century technology and not being in the bush. Yes, you are not animals. Ranches, cattle now in the 21st century belong to the ranches, not in the bush anymore. Come out of the bush and live like normal human beings. Cultures grow and develop. Yours should not be an exception. Truth guide whatever we do here at Open Nigeria and Nigeria Now and ONN.
And one day, some great opportunity stands before you and calls upon you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You're afraid that you will lose your job, or you're afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity. Are you afraid that somebody will stab you or shoot at you or bomb your house? And so you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you are 90, but you're just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of an earlier death of the spirit. You died when you refused to stand up for right. You died when you refused to stand up for truth. You died when you refused to stand up for justice.
And now for you, African, Nigerian, wherever you are a leader who fights for the interests of Imperial Europe. Here, what a European woman is saying about what is taking place in Africa, and rethink, reverse, and get back to being a true African, defend the interest of Africa. Because Africa is for Africans, even if we want to share. We have nearly 50% of the Earth's resources, but yet we have the poorest people on the surface of this Earth. Everybody comes into Africa to exploit, steal, loot, destroy, arm us against ourselves, to destroy us and distract us while the looting and stealing continue.
I don't think you'd have to be a genius to know that the last thing the Horn of Africa needs is more foreign military bases, more weapons and more European meddling. What we call our strategic relationship isn't about human flourishing, it's about the EU's ambitions as a superpower. There's now a new great game in the Horn of Africa. Greater and lesser powers are pockmarking the place with military bases. France, the US, China, Germany, Japan, Italy, Saudi Arabia all have a presence in the tiny area of Djibouti alone. Mercenaries are swarming in from all quarters. The entire region is being militarised. War is in the air. And what about the people facing climate and food insecurity? None of this benefits them. We talk about instability, but we only make it worse. We flood the place with weapons, hand over the profits to European arms companies and charge the bill to our citizens. And then with the carnage, we go back in and we do it all again. It's a racket. Strategic relationship, it's one thing after another, isn't it? Really, it's the same as it ever was. And all I can say is, God save Africa from Europeans offering help.
Sure you heard that. All right, it's time to end this ambush. Sarah, I give you Ambush in the Night, performed by me, originally written and performed by Robert Nesta Mali, aka Bob Mali. Good night from Houston, Texas. And it's Smart Madu Ajaja, Anchor, Nigeria Now at ONN and the Nightingale Radio International. Bye-bye.
I need to believe.
thanks, special thanks to Dr. Edeh, Daniel, Peter, and Effiong Nyong for being part of our program as guests. We sincerely appreciate their perspective and their thoughts on the national security in Nigeria and the way forward for it. Good night.